Just a little over 4 hours left to go in the RCI 24 Hours of Suzuka. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good day to you all. Live here from the world famous Suzuka International Racing Circuit. We took the night portion off, but we're back, and we're back with a lot of updated information. The teams, though, drawing a little bit weary of this famous race course with so many difficult turns. We're here, of course, live with the Pro Split. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by none other than Les Stevenson on the commentary with you this morning. Cormac Malloy behind the cameras, proving that we do not sleep very well on the weekend. Hello, Les. Hello, Cormac. Welcome in.
Thank you, Jesse, and thank you, Cormac. So it looks like it's been an interesting race so far. Looks like SPH Motorsports have really sort of run away with it, as I've been kindly told. And it looks like it's been quite a few instances as well. But so we've still got 17 cars remaining. The 24 hours is quite a test, as I very well know. And it's looking good, and let's see what happens with these final 4.5 hours.
Les Stevenson, of course, joining us from Split 2 as well. He's a car that's fighting for a top 10 finish, maybe a little bit more here at the end of this race. A little under 4.5 hours to go now. Some things have obviously happened over the overnight hours. When we left you yesterday evening, well, it was the SPH Motorsports car, the 969 Audi, out in front of the field. They have maintained that. In fact, they have the better part of a 2-lap lead. It might be 3 laps worth of lead. It's hard to tell with the sector time, but they are several laps ahead of the field. And Boris Bitteroff behind the wheel here at Les. I mean, the pro field should be the most competitive, but they took the lead somewhat early in this race. They've not committed any real major mistakes, and they have run away with this thing. It's quite impressive, really.
It really is, and being in the Audi as well, Jesse. I mean, it just goes to prove how much I know. I mean, I didn't think the Audi is that good around Suzuka, but in the right hands, it clearly is. To be a couple of laps ahead at this stage of the race is quite impressive. But they've obviously kept the noses clean. Had a good race so far, and long may it continue. And it looks like it's I'll commentator's curse, of course, but it looks like it's going to be a good finish for them.
A lot of cars didn't make it through the night portion of the race, rather unfortunately. We started this race, we went green on Saturday afternoon. There were 23 cars in the Pro Split. There's only 17. When I first checked back on the racetrack about 2.5 hours ago, there were 18 cars. So we've had one additional DNF. So down from 23 to 17 for the final here. It's hard, isn't it, Les? You're in a race like this. It's a 24-hour war, really. The last thing you want to do is retire the car, and especially now, so close to the finish line. You've done all the racing. Realistically, it's really at this point, for a lot of these teams, it's a just get to the finish sort of scenario. As we see SPH Motorsport coming in for their scheduled stop. I don't think, the reason I pointed out is I don't think we're going to see any more retirements because we're so close to the finish.
I'll be very surprised if we do. I mean, you've hit the nail on the head, really. We're at that stage of the race now, the business end, as they call it, and it's all about finishing the race now. And there's a personal pride that's involved with the teams. You do not want to be DNFing right now. It's unless there is literally no other way around it. It's you will do everything you can to finish this race, and hope that you finish as high up as possible, obviously.
We have Elgard in chat, and I don't know if they're updating us about SPH Motorsports or not, but they're saying, I believe, that they did make a mistake. They got a drive-through and then a stop-and-go 30. A drive-through, I assume, that was given out by ACC, and then a stop-and-go 30 speeding in the pit lane trying to serve said drive-through, and that did make them lose the lead for just a little while, but it's hard to tell with being so far out in front. It's insane. It was a Audi 1-2 for a lot of the opening stanza. The Odox Motorsport car, the 121, drove up to P2, but they have now fallen behind to third. Danny Santo in the 134 car has driven up into second place. That's the Tier Sim Racing Esports Iberia team. I call it Tier. John Dalton's adamant that it's Tire, and watch it not be anything of the sort.
Don't ask me about pronunciations because I am absolutely terrible. But I would, looking at that name, I would say probably Tier as well.
Well,
I'd have to agree on that one.
I don't know if this is my naivete or not, but especially the Iberian team, right? The Spanish team, TYR tier, perhaps. They've never corrected us. They probably don't care. But anyway, they're going very, very well here. Well, our pole sitters sitting in 5th place, the 224, the Alpha Sim Sport car. It has been a little bit of a slog. Chris Warner qualified that car on the pole position and somewhat quickly fell down the order. Now, I thought as we were leaving you yesterday evening that this car was on the mend. It was on the rebound. It was threatening for P3. That hasn't amassed to a whole lot in the overnight hours. They're still going around inside the top 5. Huge points for Alpha Sim Sport here. Could have a momentous championship implications. Keep in mind, the 24 here at Suzuka, that's the penultimate round of the World Tour for 2023. Just one more round left in December when we go to Watkins Glen. And Alpha Sim Sport's one of those cars that stands to gain a ton of momentum here, even if they don't finish on the podium. But it's not been easy peasy lemon squeezy for them. They've had to fight this Lamborghini. They've had to fight the racetrack. They've had issues, penalties, all the sort. But then again, this late into a 24-hour race, nearly everybody has had some drama like that.
Yeah, and I mean, for anyone to go through a full 24 hours and not have any sort of drama is quite impressive. But no, they do stand to have a good finish. Gain a whole haul of points, like you said. I mean, they're currently P10 in the standings, and it'd be good to see them climb up that little bit further, see how high they can get on that final race of the season as well. But as you've already alluded to, we've got one more race to go at Watkins Glen. That should be very interesting as well. Not quite sure on the hours on that one, Jesse. I know it's Watkins Glen. I'm not quite sure how long the race is, but either way, I'm sure it'll set up to be a great final race for the campaign.
Yes, indeed. Talking about a car that's been a thorn in the side of the 224, who's now down to 5th place, of course. We got the 1E, or excuse me, I always say that backwards, the E1 SimSport number 91. They've come into the show here, and you've got Quaddy, who were quite frankly almost nowhere at the start of this race. The 545, Robert Arlavi, I wonder how much they slept overnight. I feel like when we went off air last night, he was in the car a lot, and he's back in the car now, so hopefully he's rested up over the evening hours, is ready to finish this thing off. But they have come back inside the top 10. What an excellent job Quaddy did. They were gaining, looked like every stint yesterday, and they've continued to do so. Might they end up inside the top 10? Another car that has impressed me quite a bit, of course, is the, let's see here. Yeah, Odox Motorsports, mentioned them already as well. Joe Dauber in 6th place, the 256 car. That's the Rebound Racing machine. They've done a really nice job, a steady job indeed. But the problem with a lot of these cars in the top 5 or around the top 5, they're on completely different laps right now, with the exception of Danny Santo and Perez, who I believe are only about 30-some seconds apart from each other on the racetrack right now. The other major exception, of course, is Arlavi, who is only 2 seconds behind car number 91. That's the other E1 SimSport car, not to be confused with the 90, who is the last remaining running car in this race. But still stuff to play for here. You never can tell. Nobody's looking to retire, Les, but you can have mechanical problems. We've seen that throughout this 24.
You certainly can, and you can also have driver problems. But yeah, no, it's anything can happen. I mean, we've still got, like you said, we've still got just under 4.5 hours to go. There's still a long way to go. But you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's still a very short way to go, if that makes sense. But no, it's great to see so many cars still involved, still battling out. You have mentioned obviously a couple of cars aren't on the same lap, so it will be hard to gain positions. But you know, we've got our lovely stewards coming back to sieve through the reports overnight, so it could be some interesting things that turn out from there. Also, you know, we've got the drivers can easily just, unfortunately, obtain a track limit, and before you know it, they've got a drive through. So, you know, anything's still to play for. You know, anything can happen. So yeah, it's still a long way to go, and I still think there's plenty to play for.
There certainly is. Of course, Split 2 going on as well. They have a few more cars. They've also had some interesting weather in their race as well. One of the shortest showers almost immediately after we went off air last night. They had a rain shower that lasted less than 10 minutes somewhere before sunset yesterday. Just enough to wet the curbs, just enough to remove some of the rubber off of the racetrack, and just long enough for a couple of cars to have issues as Rebound Racing's Joe Dauber comes down the pit lane. We're talking about Split 2. We have Les Stevenson with us in the box. We also have royalty in the box. The Queen of Kvetch, Sarah Stantz, joined us. We talked to one of your teammates yesterday, Sarah. Welcome in. Good morning. And I'm just gonna completely put you on blast here. What did you say you ate this morning?
I had 20 nuggets, a large fries, 3 oatmeal cream pies, my daily dose of Adderall, 4 cups of coffee, 3 Mio Energies, a large Coke Zero, and a large fries. Oh, and an apple pie.
Not a sponsor, but holy crap.
I mean, I have been up for quite a long time. I've had a few power naps in between, but nothing really, I would say, that would be enough to make me feel groggy when I woke up. So I'm feeling great. We're doing great over here, and it's great to, get a chance to pop in with y'all.
Tell us about KET Motorsports. Tell us about how it's gone for you, from the start of the race to how it's going now with only a few hours left.
So the start of the race, absolutely, probably one of the greatest starts we've had so far. As you know, we've had a bit of ill luck the last 2 races in terms of the start. Monza, we got caught in that big wreck in the latter half of the field. And then at Bathurst, we got hit out on the top of the mountain by somebody who went at the back of us. Today, it has been mostly clean. We have had 1 incident earlier, and we had one a little more recently, but relatively calm for a 24-hour race. We're sitting P18 right now, and we're having a good time.
Sarah, I just want to point out immediately, people in chat were concerned. I was concerned when you told me that earlier. Chat is now concerned. That is, it's a race car driver's diet, to be fair, isn't it, really?
Absolutely, and I have ADHD, so for me, stimulants don't really affect me in the same way as a standard person. So, and I've checked my pulse in the last while. It's all healthy. I'm a very healthy individual in that way. So y'all don't have to worry about me out there. I'm not going to die yet.
Tell us a little bit more about Split 2. By the way, we're being told that Split 1 had a brief shower matching the description that I had as well. Makes sense. The settings are identical. Now, the weird thing about ACC is that often doesn't matter. The weather patterns are completely different. In fact, they are. But we had a brief shower in Split 1 as well. But going back to Split 2, who's winning Split 2 currently?
Currently, the winner of Split 2 is the car 444. That's Erskbull. I really don't know how to say that. Also, our Benz and our Thunder. They have lapped P2 2 times. They are by far way ahead of everybody. Podium, I think, actually checking right now, they are 3 laps ahead now of P2.
That's the Goat Racing Smooth as Butter team. Who's in P2 and P3?
P2 we have, that is car 917 and car 43. Let me pull those up here. Which cars are those? There we go. We have
7. Oh yeah, that's the predominantly, that's the all United Kingdom team. I almost said something that would have been incorrect. That's the Blacksmith Racing team. I almost said British, and they would have been upset with that. But Blacksmith Racing, they've got a Scot, 2 Brits, and 2 Welsh drivers there.
And in 3rd place, we have in car number 43, we have Scuderia Pepperoni, driving, of course, the Ferrari.
I mean, what else would you drive?
Of course,
Mamma mia.
Indeed.
I did not say that. Please do not be mad at me, Italy.
Listen, they're a real spicy meatball. They're a spicy pepperoni right now, which is the only way to have pepperoni. Yeah.
Besides that, we've had a great race so far. We had to adapt. We had a driver who fell ill and we had to replace them with the last 24 hours to go before the race.
Is that sounding familiar?
That sounds like very familiar, Sarah.
That's weird, right?
Very strange. Very strange. No, it's great to hear though that Kvetch are getting on so well with this race. It has been disappointing, for me to see you guys having the bad luck in the previous races. But no, it's great to hear that you're finally having a decent race, a clean race, and it's just good to hear you feeding that back.
I mean, it's always a great time any chance I get to race with RCI. You guys are great. I'm really proud of the stewards and the broadcast team. So thankful you guys do all this work to make sure, we get to have this amazing sort of thing. It doesn't cost us a dime.
I will say I appreciate those very kind words, but I got to talk about Kvetch real quick. You talk about an international team. Your teammate was in here last night talking about you're actually sort of blessed because you've got some Malaysian drivers, some American drivers, and it all sort of works out. I mean, how cohesive has it been in this race, in the 24-hour race? Obviously, this wouldn't be your first race as a group together. So have you got it down pat now? Is it like smooth sailing, or was there rough patches beyond the ill driver?
Aside from a few Discord kind of technical glitches, we all speak English, which really helps. We all communicate really well with each other, and we spend the time making sure that our setup is ready, that we have my brain is a little bit melted right now. That we have pit strategies to make sure we're matching temperatures and drivers' kind of abilities. And we did have a lot of pit setups ready for the rain that never came.
Yeah, sounds very familiar, Sarah. It sounds very familiar. I mean, we were, the Dropping the Hammer racing team that I'm part of, we were, we've done a lot of practice in the wet weather. We didn't really set the car up for the wet weather. We wanted to make sure we had a nice stable car in the wet weather conditions, but for what was a 5-minute shower, Sarah, I think that's right. It hasn't really come to fruition. So, but it's quite interesting. It's been exactly the same as Split 1, which is extremely unusual.
It really is. Usually when it comes to ACC, the weather can be night or day different between different splits, even with the same settings. Especially when it seems to be, though, I don't know if it's something on their back end or just a quirk of the engine itself, but the more changeable the weather is, the less the weather ever seems to change. And it's really bizarre. You can set it to highly changeable weather, and then you'll notice you'll get nothing but sun the entire 8-hour race.
So, if you don't mind me asking, Sarah, because I'm sure there's a lot of people that are watching and listening in, a team like Kvetch Motorsports, how do you guys all sort of get together? I mean, how, there's people out there thinking, I'd like to get involved in endurance racing and be part of a team, and they currently aren't part of a team. How did you guys all come together? How did that form?
So originally, a bunch of us raced together on a league called Simufer, but some of us came from different places. Davin comes from the Malaysian Sim Racing League. Other people were people I knew beforehand, and overall, we kind of found our way to each other. We had a few people who came over time from different teams that kind of raced with us occasionally. And, if you're ever looking for a team, we're always looking for extra drivers and just people to hang out.
Oh, that's great. I mean, like I said, for me personally, it all came about through RCI, but, it's good to hear there are other communities that still come together and be able to race within the RCI community. So, no, it's great to hear, and it's nice to know that, so many different nationalities, like Jesse's already touched on, it comes in quite handy for these 24-hour races, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. For an East Coast person on the of the U.S. right now, it is between either 12 or 13 hours apart from Malaysia, depending on the time of year. So it's super easy to flip. The only thing that becomes hard that we found was trying to get together to practice together, because we're just so off on our schedules at different times that it's kind of a little difficult to do group practice. But we try to make up for that by having people go through Motec data and stuff like that to really try to improve where we can.
That's great. I mean, any questions, Jesse?
Yeah, I know you have 6 drivers on the roster, Sarah. Did all 6 of those drivers do a stint in this race?
We actually only have 5 drivers on the roster today. The 6th driver is out sick.
Right.
But everybody has done a stint, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I got to say, Kvetch is one of those teams that you just sort of look for on the grid here at RCI, admittedly. Somebody from Kvetch is running in a series, and that includes the World Tour. We wish you the very best luck. What's a realistic expectation to get to the checkered flag here? 4 hours, a little bit more than that left to go. Where do you reckon you're going to finish? What are you striving for?
We're hoping to maintain control of 18th, maybe move up to 17th, but for the most part, everything's kind of settled into place. Right now, we're battling with car 869 for 19th. We're sitting 18th, they're in 19th. So we're hoping to at least hold on to that because the car ahead of us is a lap ahead. But anything can happen in this kind of race. There's still 4 hours left, and as everybody knows, 4 hours is a long time. And there is a lot of penalties that have probably been showing up on the stewards table right now, and I'm sure I know if I was stepping in there, I'd be having a small panic attack because it is going to be a bit of a backlog. I wish them all the luck in the world, and thank you for your hard work.
I will say it's going to be interesting when they come back because they're going to come back at 10 a.m. UK time, and the race ends 2 hours after that, so they might indeed have their work cut out for them. Sarah Stant, always lovely to have you, whether you're on commentary, whether you're in the car. We love seeing Kvetch on the grid. Thanks for coming and talking to us. Good luck to the checkered flag. We'll see you after that.
Good luck for all of you out there who are in split 1, split 2, doesn't matter. And make sure you drink some water today, people. Come on, water, not just coffee.
Excellently said. She's always interesting to talk to because Sarah, as a North American, does not sugarcoat it, and she's going to tell you exactly what she thinks, and I think a lot of people respond very positively to that. I also am glad I don't have to race against her in some of these championships. I'm glad I'm on this side of the box. Fierce competitor.
No, she's fierce, but fair at the same time. And no, it's great. It's just great to hear the sort of, not the fairy tale. I don't want to say that, but you know, it's, like I said before, you know, to have the bad luck they had in the first few races, and it's just great to hear. You know, with this such a big event with the 24 hours, it's such a task for all the guys and girls to get together and pull it off. It's just nice to hear, you know, a team like that to be doing well.
You know what's crazy too, Les? I found that in my own sim racing is that you can have a really bad year with, you know, luck and incidents and mistakes and stuff like that. Then you get to the crown jewel of the series. Doesn't matter if it's 24 Le Mans or what it may be. You get down to the end of the season and you run these big races, and then all of a sudden you're the one that is having the good race. Everybody else is having the issues. It's quite strange. For whatever reason, some team, some way, karma comes back around, yin yang and all that, and you get all that back in spades. And I'll tell you something, you can run 5 bad races in a row and it doesn't matter. You come to the crown jewel race, the 24-hour, the whatever it is, the 12-hour, whatever it may be for your series, you run well in that, that's all that matters to you after that.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? I mean, like you said, it's the crown jewel event of the series, and you know, everyone wants to perform and do well. But you know, we had that chat before this race in our team, just to say, look, keep it calm, everyone just be consistent and be safe. You know, let the cars through that it needs to be let through, and just try and get to the end. That's all our aim is. Wherever we finish, we finish. You know. But yeah, it's a prouder moment when you've crossed that finish line after 24 hours. That's for sure.
I'm happy to see where sim racing is currently, where a lot of people, I think they overextend the esports aspect of it, and esports is obviously a big part of sim racing, but at its core, sim racing is the same as it was in 1998. It is a group of friends getting together with a common goal of seeing a checkered flag. And whatever happens in between there is irrelevant. It's getting to the finish. And you're seeing that a lot here. You know, obviously there's esports teams here in split number 1. A lot of them are. They're here for glory and all that. But there's also the majority are here because they're mates, because they're lads. And they're here to have fun. And that's kind of the spirit of sim racing.
It is, and it's it also, you know, there's a bit of a element of sort of putting yourself to the test, you know, really sort of putting yourself out there and, you know, being able to last the 24 hours. I mean, I have a big apology to make to my teammates because I overslept, Jesse, and
did you?
One of the poor lads had to do a triple stint, so which is unfortunate, but you know, he got there, and thankfully we got through it. But yeah, we've had some trials and tribulations, shall we say, during our race, but But yeah, no, it's just great. You know, like you said, you hit the nail on the head. It's at the end of the day, it's a group of mates getting together, having a laugh, but at the same time trying to test themselves for this momentous occasion.
Well, we have some interviewees with us this morning. We love to see it. Can I assume that both of you are from N&M Competition?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Excellent. So we have the 146 with us. That is the fourth place running car, and quite possibly the best timing ever. 1 lap ago, Christian just reset the quickest lap of the race. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's great. Yes, very fast pace. I think it's the fastest driver on our car, and I think that's the reason why we have here in our team.
Well, tell us about N&M Competition. It's not a team that I think a lot of us here are familiar with. You've certainly put RCI on notice this season, but you've certainly shown up in the 24 as well. So tell us about your team.
Yeah, we drove, Christian and I drove before in another team, and then we had the idea that we create a new team, and then we search some drivers over LFM, also KET Motorsports, and then we found 4 more drivers, and then we joined the RCI World Tour 2023, and it's awesome to drive here.
We are joined, of course, by Noah and Corvin from N&M Competition. One of the 2 Christians in the car, not Nesbian, the other one in the car doing bits here. Noah, what's your experience like been in this race?
Yeah, that's my... What?
Yeah, please.
That's my first 24-hour race in the team, and that's my first 24-hour race. That's 24 hours long. We broke up the last 24-hour races because we was 2 drivers, and that was too hard. And yeah, I'm only 15. That's the reason why.
Immediately thrown into the deep end on that one. It's going well though. You've driven very well thus far. What's the stints looking like here? Coming up to 4 hours to go. You're in the top 5. Do you think you can potentially get a podium? Is that going to be a little bit too much of a ask? What's our strategy looking like here at the end?
I hope you get on the podium. Yeah, I hope this will be this will be is. And yeah, we do our best that we could.
And who designed the livery on this car? It was one that definitely stuck out to me when I first loaded in.
That made one of the LFM member for us. I said to him, we have these 3 colors. I want a livery, and then I had no idea or something. I gave him the colors, and then he made this livery. I love this. I love the livery. It's very nice. And then we have to put the logo on the car 3 times. One on 2 on the door, 1 on the up, and on the heck.
I love to see it. Very nice logo. A car that definitely stands out. As a commentator, a lot of people don't realize this, but we really like cars that, even from afar, you can pick out quite easily. There's no mistaking the N&M Competition car out there. And, I mean, your competitors are taking notice, too, because of your pace. Can we get back a lap here? Can we get into P3 in 4 hours?
Yes, I think. We do the best what we could, and then yeah. If it P4, it's okay. Then we are the best Ferrari.
Okay, that's a good one too as well. Of course, the next nearest Ferrari, the 91, which is down in 8th place, but it's gone very well. I assume, Corbin, this isn't your first 24.
Oh, I drove one in R Factor 2 in May this year, and one I think in July on LFM on Spa-Francorchamps. Yeah, also that's my third 24-hour race.
Noah, are you hooked on endurance racing now after it being your first? It's gone so well. You going to be coming back for more now?
Yes, of course, because it's awesome to fight on a long distance, or when you do a crash or a bad lap, you can drive it out, or you can drive it out on a long distance. And when then a good driver, Christian, when he hops on the car, then we can. Yeah.
Well, I've got to be honest, guys, and Jesse. You know, I'm not very impressed. I mean, it's really upset me.
Here we go.
I'm really upset. I mean, to find out that Noah is 15 and doing the pace that he's doing, it just makes me sick.
Yeah, that's the annoying part about age. It marches on, but you know, it is impressive, Noah, what you and the team have been able to accomplish. And we were actually talking coming back to live broadcast about how, you know, to be young again, to start now, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm 41 years old, and I've been sim racing for a long time. I won't say how long because I can't honestly remember. But
how many bits did you have when you started?
Very few, shall we say? But yeah, no, it's great to see the young talent coming through, and you know, I'm a firm believer with the you know, with this format we have. It proves that there are quick drivers out there, and potentially, you know, this could be turned into, you know, into real life racing itself. And it's been proven before, and it's no reason why it can be proven again. But to see the pace that you guys are doing, and it's it's great to see, and it makes me very jealous. Let's say that.
Yeah, if you start sooner, younger, then you are. I think it's not always, but you are faster than when you start with. I think so 20. Then you are faster if you are younger, and yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, start early is a better way. I mean, unfortunately, I didn't get into sim racing until a bit later on in life, and the technology that say wasn't around and it wasn't as good to see these great sim games, you know, really come to life. And ACC's really sort of turned the corner for me and a lot of people within the community. So yeah, no, it's good to see, and you know, congratulations on the race so far, and I really hope that the 146 can get up there, and you know, you've got a small place in my heart now with the number 46 within your number.
Thank you.
Good luck, N&M, and we hope to see you through to the finish. Go get that podium, and I can tell you've certainly put on a show thus far. I hope to see you after the checkered flag. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
So many lovely teams, Les, here, and some newer teams too. You love to see newer teams like N&M that come in and immediately put stuff on notice, and that's exactly what N&M have done. Quite a transition from N&M, who are a new team, newly formed. They're doing damage. We go to a completely different team that has a completely different story. Rebound Racing. Everybody knows who Rebound Racing is. Everybody knows they're a team you're going to have to fight with, you're going to have to beat. And fresh out of the car, Joe Dauber is with us in the booth. Good morning.
Morning. Are you saying I'm old, Jesse?
Hey?
Not so fresh. Yeah. No. I'm afraid to say I'm probably 3 times the age of your last interviewee. What can I tell you?
you're with the exception of Cormac, you're with the old folks home in here now, so it's okay. Nobody can hurt you anymore. Think about Roscom in the car now. Is it safe to say the race has gone somewhat well for you?
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? We're the fastest McLaren at the moment, thanks to a couple of disconnects, I would say. Pretty much drama-free. We had one spin and crash, and I think we've had a drive-through as well. But yeah, it's gone pretty well, I would say.
What's it
we haven't
take,
got
Joe?
we haven't got the pace of the front guys, unfortunately. But yeah, I think they're aliens, so it is what it is.
What's it take, Joe, to compete in a 24-hour race like this against the teams that you're competing against and do it as well as you're doing? What does it take? What's the preparation like? Tell people at home, what do you do to get ready for this race? What do you do to prepare for pace, speeds, everything? How do you get to this point in a position as high up as you are?
Well, the first thing we did was download the Go setup, and I think we started...
let's go! Let's go! Joe, you're hired.
I think we started practicing on Wednesday or Thursday, actually. But I guess everybody's put 4 or 5 hours in trying to learn the car, learn the track, make some small improvements. Yeah, and the team that I'm racing with, it's quite flexible, I would say. The stint planning comes very, very late. But it works well, yeah.
What do you say about your teammates? You got Nico Kumfu, you got Schumann, Roscom, Kaladiad. I don't like Carlos so much, but the rest of your team's pretty good.
Yeah, I can understand that. No, it's obviously Nico is absolutely rapid, and I think everybody else is also very fast. But yeah, sometimes we need Nico to carry us. But yeah, I think it's quite good because it's quite an even balance of pace. Where some teams have really fast drivers, really slow drivers. I think we're quite well balanced.
Oh my goodness, Carlos is in chat, by the way. For anyone wondering, Carlos helps us with a magnitude of things here at RCI. So I work with the guy. That was just a joke. I love Carlos to death. Doing stewarding with Carlos last night, in fact. So. All love there, unless he decides to hurt me in the next 4 hours, and in that case I realized the joke wasn't funny. Talk with Joe Dauber for Rebound Racing. You talk about not being fresh. Have you had any sort of rest over the past 20 or so hours?
Yeah, a little bit. I've been ill all week, so I haven't been sleeping, so I'm kind of well prepared. But I had an hour and a half sleep last night before jumping in the car, I think at 4:15 a.m. and suddenly realizing that it was dark. I wasn't very well prepared for that, so no, I had some rest, and I guess I'll get a little bit later as well. I hope.
We've heard every team, with the exception of N&M, of course, come in here and say, and even Les Stevenson has had an issue with drivers being ill. You're driving ill. How do you deal with that? Do you just load up on paracetamol and jump in the rig, or what? What is your tactic dealing with
man up and stop complaining as much as possible.
You know what, Joe? I knew you were going to say that. Man up, just throw a set. Yeah.
I just get in, mate. I just do it.
That's how it is. It just, I mean, what can I do? You just got to drive the thing, haven't you? I mean, there's no reason a little bit of a cold should slow me down, is there?
You got Elgard behind you, who has been joining us in the chat, by the way. So he's with us, and let's see here. I want to make sure something. I don't want to say something and sound a bit silly, do I? I want to look at. I've lost my place, I'm afraid.
Whilst Jesse does that, Joe. Jesse does that, Joe. So obviously you said you used the Go Setups thing, which is great to hear. I mean, we did exactly the same. I must say, if anyone's ever wanting to look at buying setups, I'd definitely advise that Go Setups are definitely the way forward. Definitely works for us, and by the sounds of it, works for you. But I just wondered, how much did you sort of change from the Go Setups, or did you literally just go with what it came with?
I left that to the experts, which was Carlos and Nico. They did make a small change. I can't remember exactly what. I think he softened up the front end a little bit. It felt a little bit understeery to us, so he did improve it a little bit. Thibaut often has problems with graining on front tyres, so I think that helped a bit as well.
Oh yeah, that's interesting, because we had exactly the same issue ourselves, and we went down the route of a bit of a softening, but also a little bit less rear wing. But because I did notice that they A lot of their because they give you a couple of different setups, as you know.
I kind of wish we'd done that.
Wing package. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been nice because whenever we've been stuck behind another McLaren, we've just been getting monstered down the straights. So that would have been a good choice for us as well, I think. Yeah, the BMW behind is, I think he's probably faster than us, and I have the feeling we may need a splash and dash, and they don't at the end. So let's. But maybe the weather will help us.
And just lastly, Joe, I mean, do you and your team feel that, Suzuka? I mean, I love Suzuka. Suzuka's one of my favourite tracks. I just love the ebb and flow of the circuit. I just love it. Always have done, always will. But do you find? I didn't think it was that hard to overtake at Suzuka, but it appears, well, certainly from our point of view, it has been very hard. I didn't know what you guys thought.
It looked pretty easy for the first 3 or 4 cars to overtake us. But yeah, no, it's I think at least in this split, the drivers seem so closely matched that
Carlos is telling you not
really
to
possible.
spill the tactics, Dauber, just so you know.
Oh yeah, okay, we're definitely running to the end. No more pit stops needed. I think we should be okay, but it's kind of on the limit. I think it depends if we manage to get the extra lap every time.
Great comeback.
We will see.
Great comeback.
Nice recovery. I don't think anyone noticed.
I've just been fired, so I can say what I want now.
Yeah, I was going to say, Carlos has a shocking turn of events today during the RCI 24 Suzuka. Joe Dauber has been fired from Rebound Racing by Carlos Caladiad after statements he made to Jesse Lee and Les Stevenson. No, I have collected myself. I want to talk about the 41, who is your nearest competitor. Obviously, you're watching out for the McLeod Racing team. Do you reckon you can have them in the next 4 hours or so, or do you think that pit stop might be damning?
I mean, the BMW is, it just when they've been behind us on the straights, they've caught up about 0.2, 0.3 every time. But with our, I guess I haven't looked at the setup, but I guess with max wing, I think through the S's we're pretty good. So yeah, no, anything can happen. If they get a DT or anything like that, it will save us. But yeah, they do seem fast. That's clear.
Are you getting back in the car, Joe?
Seemingly not, if I've been fired. But
okay. Considering Carlos unfires you, would you be getting back in the car?
I hope so. I think I've got probably due another stint.
All right.
But
do you know who's going to finish up in your car now already, or is that something is that a decision you'll make in the moment?
No idea. Sorry.
There you go.
I guess we make it in the moment when we get our act together.
Liz, you got anything for Mr. Dauber?
No, other than good luck for the rest of the race, mate, and fingers crossed you have a good finish. Good run to the end.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Take care, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Dauber from Rebound Racing. Carlos Caladiad, his teammate, joining us in the chat. That was the. By the way, somebody at home's going, that was a solicited ad for Ghost. That wasn't. That was Joe Dauber, who is not affiliated with RCI in any way, except that he races here quite regularly, does damn well as well, might add, using Go Setups. And I mean, Go Setups are fantastic. More and more people every week tell me that Go Setups are the only ones that really work for me now. And that's it. That's so crazy. The beginning of the year, it was quite mixed, the opinion, but now, again, not an ad, it's overwhelming. People are like, you got to go with the Go Setup. It's just better.
It has been, and what I like about the Go Setups, from a personal point of view, again, it is a personal opinion. You get the multitude of different versions of those setups that you purchase, and there are different. They're different for different drivers. Different driving styles and different conditions, and it's nice to be able to match it. You feel like you can match yourself to one of those setups, and you just sort of go from there. I mean, like I said, and Joe's already touched on it. You pretty much go straight into the race with that setup and don't have to do much change at all, other than pressures and fuel. So no, it's good. I mean, I've used other setups before. I won't name any names, but I have used other setups, and yeah, it hasn't been quite as good from the off. We've always had to make lots of changes to suit my driving style, but certainly from a personal point of view, yeah, it always seems to work straight from the off, and yeah, and they're reasonably priced as well.
Yeah, they certainly are. You can buy bundles. You can buy whatever you need specifically, subscription service style stuff. And it's interesting. If you need one car, but you need all the tracks, they got you covered. If you need an track, essentially, they've got you covered. And it's just fantastic. And, you know, I would never, and I always say this, I run the broadcast department here at RCI. I would never recommend something to you I wouldn't use myself. And in fact, I do. And, you know, I was racing with our broadcaster Cormac quite recently with a Go setup. So, and now Cormac has won an LFM race with a setup similar to that as well. So, by the way, our broadcaster, and I'm going to put him on blast because he can't say anything or do anything about it, won his first LFM race this week. Let's go, Cormac.
Well done, Cormac. Nice one.
Cormac won his first LFM race, and that's pretty good, because he's not been doing sim racing for very long at all. And for him to go out there and out-strategize a guy at Brands Hatch this week, quite impressive indeed. And but yeah, if you are interested in Go setups, I will say that you can visit the link in the description of the video. It tells them that we sent you, and when you make a purchase, obviously we get a bit of that back, and that goes directly to things like server costs for, well, more 24-hour races and such. So we appreciate you doing that. We have a good idea analytically of how many people actually purchase Go setups through the link, and it's a lot of you, and we appreciate that. We are very humbled by that you would help us in that way. And in a weird way, you're helping yourself, because you're racing here and you're essentially making sure the racing is free. The racing is always going to be free here, but rather beside the point, you are helping make sure that we have quality service for the future. So thank you so very much. Of course, we have a lot of other partners talking about servers and stuff like that. Big thank you to AK Esports for more on how they can help you with your esports solutions. Go to akesports.it and find out more about those folks. I love AK. I've worked with them for many years now on a personal level, and very much appreciative of them being around. ACC would not be the same without AK Esports, I can tell you that. Javier Perez for Odox Motorsports, holding on to third place, but that has to be slightly worrying, Les, that Christian right behind him in the 146 has reset the quickest lap this late into the race, even if they have about a lap lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's with such a long time still to go, really, there's still plenty of time for them to get that lap back and get potentially the podium. So, yeah, there must be a bit of a concern within that team. But at the end of the day, at least as long as they keep calm and they keep setting those laps and be consistent, keep it clean, keep out of trouble, then there's no reason why they can't stay there. But yeah, there must be concern on the faces in that team.
Since Joe Dauber was putting his team on blast, and since I've already lit up Cormac with his news, I'm going to light up Connor Morgan, one of the head stewards here. He's been doing some WRC rallying this morning, and he's taken a Ford off of a literal cliff. That is not how you rally. Hey, and if you are interested in doing some WRC rallying, well, we have rally for you here at RCI, Rally Club International, available on our Discord. Join the respective clubs on Codemaster's site, and a new rally starting very, very soon. Rally number 1 was a huge success. It was in WRC 2 cars, and the times, quite frankly, between first and second weren't very close. Absolutely demolished the field. I think that was Sladkey who won that. But beyond that, very close indeed. So the next rally starting very soon. And in the near future, we here at RCI Broadcast, we hope to be able to bring you some more coverage of that. We are, as it stands, covering the results of those championships on stream, but we hope to bring you a little bit more special content in the future. How did Connor fly off the cliff like that, Thelma and Louise style? That is impressive.
That's very impressive, and I would like to know more about that. I've not tried out the new WRC game yet, but I'm hearing great things about it though. I am. Have you tried it, Jesse?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit wonky day one, if I'm honest, but they patched it now, and it's a lot happier. John Dalton and me were obviously we had the launch stream here on RCI, and John and I were fiddling with options. We finally got it to where we like it, and John's having a blast in it. I enjoy it. I like the career mode set up in there. It's very F1 style, if you will, but obviously rally oriented. The stages are great. I love the mix of stages, the tightness. One of the issues I've always had with the rally series, whether it's the original Dirt Rally or 2.0, was the stages were just too wide. And now, because they have the official WRC license, they have more realistic stage sizes, and I love bombing it down a one-lane farm track. It's absolutely brilliant. It's the same Dirt Rally. If you like Dirt Rally before, you're going to love this one. It's just more of it. I mean, 50-kilometer stages, Les. Absolutely brilliant.
50 kilometers. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay, that sounds awesome. That really does sound awesome.
And I know a lot of people, for whatever reason, they're not big rallycross fans, and one of their issues with the games is like, there's a focus on rallycross. There's no rallycross in this game. So, you know, if you're a rally purist, if you are a Welsh rallyist, or a maybe like the Forest of Finland or whatever, then yeah, this is more up your speed. Tarmac's an interesting conundrum in this game. I can't quite figure it out. Everything feels very grippy, and I just hard to get my head around as somebody who's used to sliding about.
You like a loose car, do we? Yeah, no. I mean, I've never, like I said, I've not even played Dirt Rally, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that. But it does sound like a lot of fun. It does sound like it's something I'm going to have to be purchasing and having a go at, to be honest. But what I will say, though, is just to talk about things being so nice, I just saw the livery of the number 33 car of the Ferrari there. What a lovely. There we go. There. Thank you.
Oh, you're talking about the Steady Start car.
Yeah, the Steady Start. I really like that livery, and it's we're going to get a lovely view now. Look at this. Great broadcaster.
Yeah, lovely drone
lovely?
Camera controls. I've made the joke. It's not a joke. Cormac is the only actual accredited broadcaster that I know of that we have. We have a lot of broadcasters, and they're fantastic, but this man has a forklift license, folks. All right, so you know he means business. But got the controller. I believe it's an Xbox style controller that he's using to control these cameras with, and apparently not dissimilar from flying an actual drone camera in some respects. So he has experience doing that. But yeah, Steady Start MO plate. This team just inside the top 10. They're not safe, but they're not technically being threatened. They've got Ivo Zoricic in front of them up the road, 23 seconds. But perhaps more worryingly is the 137. That's one of the Sim Brothers cars directly behind them. Do not go in that helmet, Cormac, please, for the love of goodness. Halloween is over. We don't need a jump scare. For those of you that have never seen, there is a face rendered behind that helmet for absolutely no reason at all.
It's rather scary, though, I must say, and yeah, I'd rather not see it either. But no, it's a lovely livery, and it looks like they're having a good race so far. Like you said, not safe from being able to say that P10 is definitely theirs, but you know, P9 is up for grabs as well. So you know, it's good to see them going well, and be interesting to see as they come in the pits. Perfect timing.
Yep, this is their scheduled pit stop. Everybody is on a sort of different strategy. After 4 hours of racing yesterday, you would still have the large clump of cars. I think from 3rd through 10th or 12th came in at the same time. But of course, this is what 20 hours of racing will do. Everybody on a completely different strategy based on when and where they've got penalties, when and where they had to come in for damage issues, stuff like that. But even still, a couple of cars coming in around the same time. Christian Pushbelt into the pit lane, N&M Competition. We talked to them earlier on. Noah in his first 24. Corvin not in his first 24. Wonder if either of those drivers will be getting in the car here.
I mean, talk about good liveries. Look at this is the Shoemaskins livery that you're talking about. And yeah, it is a great livery, isn't it? I mean, there's been a lot of work put into that, and they always do produce great liveries. But this is something else. This is
if
fantastic.
Skins is in your name, you better be good at it, right? You better be good at it. If you're going to be a Skinner, you better be good. And my word, even battered, bruised, and completely filthy. That is a beautiful car, and I think I'm correct in assuming if chat had to vote for, they got Suzuka written in kanji. That's very pretty. You love to see that. But if chat got to vote on a best livery, best in show, if we did that here, guarantee it would be this car, this 911. Just such a wonderful car. All the different Japanese-inspired colors. One off for this race too, of course.
Yeah, and it's great to see that the effort that's gone into just producing a livery for a one-off race. Within the series, obviously, but just this one race, and it's like I said, the effort's put into it. But I must say, Jesse, I'm convinced my mum's got a set of dinner plates with that pattern on it.
Yeah. I've seen those at my house as well, locked in a china cabinet, no less, that I could never get open.
I'm sure I've eaten Christmas dinner off that skin.
That is a lovely looking thing. That's a car that will live very long in the memory. They've got the matching rim accents as well with that car. Of course, the Shumi Skins team, that's Taran, Pitka, Morris. Is Casangina, Jean-Sebastian Casangina, I think they may have done a stint quite early in this race. I don't think I've seen them since. Seen Pitka and Taran doing a lot of the racing. Cormac in my ear telling me that Jean-Sebastian might have just done an stint in this race earlier on. But Pitka putting in the hours here this morning. Les, you're likely to get back in your car for your team
Yes.
a little bit later on this morning because of an illness that has limited some of your drivers. What's your mentality coming to the checkered flag? You're getting back in the car. Are you chasing anything in particular, or what is your mindset just to get the stint over with, not have any more mistakes or any mistakes at all, not get any track limit warnings? Where's your head at going in towards the checkered flag?
Oh, no. We leave the track limit warnings to our good teammate, Tom Watts. He gets all our track limit warnings for us, so we don't need to worry about that. He's very kind like that. But no, my own personal mentality would be, I need to get my head in the game. All I'm focusing on is consistent lap times, keep it safe. Like I said before, if you've got those cars coming up to lap you, get out the way, safe but reasonable time frame, get out their way, get them past, then you can concentrate on your own pace. But when you're coming up on lap cars, that's when it can become quite frustrating. So it's about keeping that frustration at bay and just making sure that you don't make any mistakes, you don't have any contact, and you just get it to the end of your stint. Now, as a team point of view, it's all about, for us personally at the moment, we're trying to sort of gain that next position, and certainly when I left the team to come and join you guys, we were looking at chasing up P5, but they're sort of 3/4 of a lap in front of us, so it's quite a task, but we've still got enough time to do it. So yeah, in answer to your question, from a personal point of view, it's all about keeping it safe and making sure I don't ruin it for the whole team.
Yeah, shots fired at Tom Watts right there. But, of course, Les Stevenson racing the 46, the Drop in the Hammer racing team. That's Les Stevenson, Tom Watts, Neil Pimlott, Richard Hutchins is on your team?
Yeah,
pretty sure.
That's correct.
Is Rudy driving this weekend?
He's not,
the
no.
sick one?
No, it's Richard. Richard, unfortunately, has fallen unwell, but no, he managed to do one stint, but that unfortunately had to come to an end. But no, Rudy is part of the team, just not around at the moment. He's not in. He's there just in case, but we opted to leave him to it for this race. But he may be joining us for the last race, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, of course, we would love to. Sorry, I got distracted there for a second. Anyway, we'd love to see him back. Rudy Philmalter, part of the furniture here at RCI, to be honest. There was definitely a time where you just assumed Rudy would be in the race. Didn't matter if it was a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday. It didn't matter. Rudy was going to be in the race. I do apologize for the handicap that is Tom Watts, though.
Oh, we've just become accustomed to it now. I do appreciate your apologies. But,
the sympathy.
The sympathy. That's right. Yeah, but we've just been told in our ears that the 146 just set another fastest lap, so they're really on fire, and looks like they're really trying to chase down that P3, get on that podium.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Noah Bierbach, 15 years old, his first 24-hour race, and he's the quickest car in the top split. Again, said it in the interview, I'll say it again, to be young again, right, Liz?
Oh, if only, mate, if only. Turn back the clock. Oh, that'd be great. I don't have any regrets, Jesse, I must say that.
No, absolutely not. You know what, Les? I'm thankful I grew up in sim racing in the era I did. I think because I can appreciate what we have now more. If you would have went back to 1999 and showed me a racing rim with a rev counter in it or a timing display, like a real race car, I might have had a heart attack. You know what I mean?
1999, to even have a steering wheel would have been fantastic.
You had
Let alone
three
have a rev
options in
counter.
1999, by the way, and only one of them had feedback.
I think I started on a controller and then had the steering wheel with the controller in it. I think that's probably how I started. I think I was Xbox 360 days, but yeah, that's how I started. But
I'm wrong about that, by the way. There were two options. You can have Thrustmaster had its first offering. You could also get a Mad Catz back then, I'm pretty sure, as well.
Mad Catz, yes, not too far from where I live, to be honest. Mad Catz.
No kidding.
On it, yeah, I've been to their headquarters before, and I believe, probably going to tell me I'm wrong now, but they were sort of Maidenhead, Berkshire way in England, and yes, I visited them once for work-related issues, should we say.
Getting asked about the Charlotte 150 that happened a week or so ago. That's an excellent segue into iRacing. Just because there's no iRacing happening on the broadcasting channel here at RCI TV doesn't mean there's not iRacing going on, and we hope to, of course, bring you iRacing coverage in the future. We were originally scheduled to do the Charlotte 150 live. Broadcasting complications kept us from doing exactly that, but the Charlotte 150 was a great success. I watched the whole thing in its entirety and was absolutely blown away with how it went. Barton Macha ended up winning that race. There were several cars in it. Barton Macha, Tom Bryant was a big part of it. Kevin Boss led some laps in that race as well. And eventually, a couple of incidents occurred late in the Charlotte 150. They had about a 75-lap green flag run in that race. It was absolutely impressive. Everybody settled down. There were two teams pushing at the front of the field. Danny Sanso brings the 134 Lamborghini into pit lane for a scheduled stop. But in the end, Bart Macha stood alone, winning the Charlotte 150. It was quite an interesting race to see drivers learn the drafting, learn where you could push, where they couldn't push. Some pushes gone wrong. The tires were wearing in those pro stocks, and it was causing the inside line to push up, which caused the most of the incidents. Kevin Boss was quite cross after he was taken out in a similar instance. There were some teething problems for some of the drivers. Jordan Daly was a player early on, got a penalty for passing under the caution flag, because in stock car racing, when the caution comes out, you get single file and you don't pass anybody. And you can't pull up to pit either under caution. A couple of cars got pipped for that, so that's an additional pass-through penalty that took them out of the race proper. But was a fun affair. Bart Macha was your winner of the 150.
Yeah, it sounds like a fantastic event. Shame I couldn't get involved in that myself, Jesse. But yeah, I mean, I take it you mean when you said the 150, you talk about the oval race, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would have been great to have taken part in that. It's something new to me, that's for sure. Love oval racing. I'm a big NASCAR fan, and yeah, it would have been great to be a part of that. But it's just, I just also noticed, Jesse, just changed something ever so slightly. We just completed 600 laps.
Lap number 600, a huge milestone. There hasn't been a lot in the way of bad weather. It was significantly hot. Les, can you tell me what Split 2's weather was? Because it was 35 plus degrees here on Saturday afternoon for us.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. I think track temp went up as far as 41.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big problem for we're running the McLaren, and it's a big problem for especially our rear tyres. I think every tyre was a shade of yellow at some point. Yeah, I mean, we tried to sort of prep for that and maybe open our brake ducts a little bit more than maybe we needed to, but we didn't want to open too far because obviously through the night and what we thought was going to be a considerable amount of rain, which hasn't really come to fruition. But we kept them a little bit close. But yeah, certainly with the hot conditions, it was tricky on those tyres. So times certainly weren't lighting up the scoreboard, that's for sure.
Talking about iRacing, like we were doing, still iRacing going on. The Road Racing Season 2 still ongoing. You have the option in that RCI series between, I believe, a GT4 and a Mazda Cup car. In just about 2 weeks' time, round number 2 of that championship is going to be underway. Daytona International Speedway. Surely not. That's got to be the road course. That can't be correct. That has to be the road course. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a road racing series. But I assume that Daytona road course that they're referencing there. But in 2 weeks' time, still time to sign up for that race and get involved. You have your choice. You can enter in a GT4 or a Mazda Cup car, whichever you're more comfortable with, whichever one you have, of course, you can get on that. Round number 3 is at the Charlotte Roval. And round number 4, the final round, is at Road Atlanta. So
Now,
still time for that.
Excuse my naivety, but for those out there also don't know, I'm assuming Roval means road oval.
Yeah, it's the Charlotte Roval incorporates the NASCAR banking with the infield road course. Also, I am incapable of reading numbers, as you have all discerned over the years and told me explicitly in my inbox. But Daytona is actually in 1 week. No, I'm wrong again. It's this Thursday. Like I said, the next round of the iRacing Road Series GT4 and Mazda Cup Car mixed class is this coming Thursday at Daytona. Still time to get your sign up in, join the series, and get going. 2 weeks' time, the Charlotte Roval, and in 3 weeks' time, Road Atlanta. I don't know where I got the 30th as the next race on that, but I do apologize.
Well, either way, it sounds like it's an interesting series, and it's, with iRacing, it's definitely it's got to be worth a go. And for those that might, I don't know if they're still running the offer actually, but I know the Black Friday deals were pretty darn good with iRacing. So if they are still running them, I suggest people get out there quick and get in there if you want to get onto or get into iRacing. I definitely approve of looking out for those offers and deals. But yeah, for me, it's something I'm still getting used to. iRacing is definitely very different to ACC. It's definitely for one thing I would say is the braking. I mean, braking for me, I really struggle with in iRacing. It's something you really have to get used to. But yeah, no, it's great graphics and a great game, great sim. So yeah, definitely worth the shout out. And for anyone that wants to do it, yeah, get signed up and get involved in the racing community.
Of course, more iRacing stuff to come. We covered that WRC has already made its place known here at RCI, and of course the iRacing new series will be coming up. I can't talk too much into that. Just more iRacing stuff in the month of December, January, and the future as well. I've seen some of the EMs, or event managers, if you will, talking about what the next move is, and quite exciting. I might get involved in that myself if we're not doing broadcasting for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been joined by one member of the Blacksmith Racing car. I believe this is Christopher Black, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, hello.
Hello and welcome in. And this is a very unusual situation that has happened to us this morning. Chris has elected to jump in and give us a full rundown of the Split 2 goings on. Chris, I have one requirement. I need you to do it like you're doing the cricket box score. Go.
Oh God.
A 74-99 not out. No, please, Chris. We do appreciate you coming in. Go ahead. First of all, tell us about your team. Then give us the rundown.
Well, for us in the 917, we've had an interesting race. I'll put it that way. first stint was chaos. We started like 6th, I think, and then lap 3 got hit, spun around at the chicane, so dropped back to 16th, and then came back up a solid like 6 places, I think, and then got tapped around by somebody else. Dropped back to 16th. It kept being 16th we were dropping back to, and then it happened one more time, so we got spun 3 times in the first stint. But then after that, we managed to get up to like 10th, and we've been making our way forward, and we're now in 2nd, and we're just kind of plodding along, trying to keep a gap to the guys in 3rd, who are pretty quick. But the quick split 2 rundown is the leaders in the 444 are really, really far ahead of everyone. That's the basics of what's happening in the lead right now. They are 2 laps ahead of the entire field, I think, in the goat racing 444 Lamborghini. So they are absolutely flying, and I don't think anybody's been able to catch them. They're 2 laps ahead of us, almost 3 laps ahead of P3. Yeah, they're actually about to just come up behind P3 to lap them again. So that's crazy. But then us in P2, sorry. P3 is the 43 Ferrari of hitting the buttons to find the names is trickier. Of Scuderia Pepperoni. Oh, what a name. They're running fairly solid. They were really quick, especially this morning. They were running some very fast times, but around the 5.5 hour mark, maybe even a bit, maybe a little earlier, maybe the 6.5 hour mark, they had a big snap of oversteer in 130R and got quite a lot of damage, so they had to fix that. So came a further lap down, which is a shame. Next we have I'm trying to find P4 wherever they are. P4 is the RPMS SimSport 707 car. They've been having a very solid race. They were in P3 for a while, but I think they had one of their drivers had a big issue where everybody was sitting still on the track for them, and the teammates had to coach them into the pits. So
yeah,
that was
that. Sorry, Chris. I believe from what I hear that was VR problems.
Oh right, well there we go. Yeah. So it was just reading that when I woke up this morning to do my stint, read that in the chat and was like, oh, that does not sound fun.
Indeed.
So yeah, they're on a good comeback drive. They've been quick all day, and the Aston here, well, at least for us in the Ferrari, has been the bane of our existence whenever we either come to lap it or to overtake them, because they're a little slower in the corners, but their straight line, their exit the corners and their straight line speed, it's something. It's really something. You get like 3/10 behind them on the exit of Spoon on the run down to 130R, and by the time you reach 130R, you're still 3/10 behind them, and you haven't caught one bit. So they've got some great straight line speed. Then in P5 we have the 55 car of Connexus Motorsport. They've been going well. They've been driving really well. Not much to say. The Alex Shahabi, I think, has been really quick whenever he's been in the car. We've been noticing he's been one of they've been one of the quickest drivers in the when they're in the car, lapping mostly in the low kind of like in the ones. Yeah, so they did a 2:01.8 last lap. With the current temperatures, that's pretty solid. It's currently 27 degrees and 28 track, so it's a bit cooler than it was last night. Well, yeah, yesterday afternoon, but it's cool. Then we have in P6, we have the 46 of
Dropping the Hammer Racing.
There we go, dropping the Hammer Racing. As I was flicking through trying to find. Yep. To be fair, I think you guys have been quick. They've been quick. I haven't seen them that much. there's been loads of cars, but I think we've kind of been equidistant on track most of the time. Might have had a fight earlier in the stint. I can't really remember. But yeah, there's then the 437 car in P7. They were really strong at the start of the race. They were in P2 until, I don't know, lap. So that's another Scuderia Pepperoni. But there's two of them apparently. They were in P2 for the first 6 hours of the race, I think, which was really good. They were driving really well. I think a few of their drivers are a little slower than some of their others, so it's balanced out. But they seem to be driving well. In P8 is the 202 of. I should really get these up before I move on to the next one.
That's KET Racing.
Yep, there you go. They've been pretty solid. The Beamer looks planted. Whenever I've been on board or been round any of the Beamers, they seem to be pretty solid. I haven't been seeing big moments from them. And yeah, it's been. They seem to be having a reasonable race. I'm not too sure if they've had any big moments. I think they might have had an incident early on, but I've just been coming back from it. P9 is the 521 of Scuderia Pepperoni. There's 3 of them. This is throwing me off.
Chris is slowly realizing that there's like 5 pepperoni teams and they're all named after a different Italian dish.
Yeah. So yeah, no, but I believe they were a bit higher up early on. I don't know I think they must have had an incident or something at some point. Because for a while I think they were up in the top 5. But no, they're in P9 going fairly well. P10 is will it be another Scuderia Pepperoni? As I see a drifting Porsche on my screen going through. It's not. It's esports. German WUD. Vice. I don't know. They're in P10 in the Ferrari. They have a high ping. They've got a Chilean driver in at the minute. Very interesting. I don't know how that race is going. Next we have the 991. The first Porsche we see of Flying Hellfish. Apparently, in the warmer temperatures, the Porsche is a nightmare. That's what I've heard.
That would explain some of the things we saw yesterday evening as well.
Yeah, apparently for the first 40 minutes of the stint, it's just about drivable, but those last kind of 10, 15, 20 minutes of the stint, it is outright dangerous. Whenever I've come up round one of the Porsches, it's kind of been scary because they seem to be sideways on entry for a lot of corners. But the 991's having an okay race. I think they had an incident earlier on. And they've kind of been coming back, and they've been dealing with the twitchy moments. Next in P12 is the Willy Slow Racing Team. Kevin Boss currently in the car, number 31. They started fairly well, qualified well. Were the cork in the bottle for a train for the first hour or so. Actually helped my team quite a lot because they held people up so we could catch back up to then get spun and catch back up again. But they've been having a fairly solid race. I was actually chatting to them earlier, and they were saying they were trying to get up to P10, but that was after about 6 hours in, and currently they are 2 laps away from any positions, which is a shame. But I think they got to drive through during the night in a stop and go 30 for speeding the pit lane, so that probably didn't help them too much. Then we have one of the other Astons of the 51 of somebody. We had a really good fight with them early on. They had good early pace, but I guess they've just dropped off.
Sorry, Chris. Who was that? Sorry.
The 51. Still trying to find them. Apparently, they're just nowhere on the track.
The Onid Racing Stronger.com team.
Yes, that's who it is.
Yeah.
They had some really good pace early on. I had a really nice kind of 15-lap battle with them. Some very good calm driving, not calm driving, but like respectful driving, not trying to squeeze on exits, like extreme squeezes on exits, and being respectful, giving space. Again, it's an Aston, so it was a problem for us with the straight line speed. But I really like that team. Whenever we've come up to overtake them as well, they've been very good to let you, well, not overtake, lap. They've been very good to let through. We've been having a little bit of problem with back market traffic in Split 2 because of some of the speed disparities. But it's been interesting to see where people like to let you past as well. It's been how's it been in Split 1? Have people been a lot of people been going deep at the hairpin to let people through on the inside? Because that seems to be most people in Split 2's favorite way to let somebody through is go deep at the hairpin, and kind of, yeah, it's a bit strange, but that's what we found a lot. So in 14th, there is then the 1, 2, 3 of, I will find it, I will get there. Who knew that? Oh, there we go. Of Tri-State Racing. They are in P14, as I said. Currently right behind the leaders. They've just been lapped. Again, one of the other Beamers. They've had a very solid race. From what I've seen, they've just kind of been plodding along, moving forward. Had reasonably good pace. Had some great pace during the night. I think they had a couple of fast drivers in during the night. And had some really good pace. It was actually nice to see. In P15, we have the 48 of, I will find them,
Dylan 48 Esports.
There we go. See, you guys have got
Canadian
this
team
down a lot better than I have. I haven't actually seen much of them, to be honest. I think earlier in the race they had an alright stint, but I've just kind of dropped off. I have. It's quite a common thing, I think, in this. Oh, it's the bright fluorescent yellow car. Yeah, no, they've been good. I think within Split 2 there's a lot of teams where they've got 1 or 2 really quick drivers, and then maybe 2 other slightly slower, maybe only like half a second to a second slower a lap. But it's meant that they've started very well and then lost some time. It's been interesting to see teams that have got kind of quick across the board drivers.
One second, Chris. Les Stevenson has joined me for the past hour and a half, but there's still some hammers that need to be dropped over at Dropping the Hammer in Split number 2. Les, thank you so much for your time this morning. Thank you for being with me, and give them hell for the last hour or two. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And Chris, just to say, if you want to feel really good about yourself, have a check out in Split 1 at the 15-year-old in the 146. And I'll catch you in Split 2. So yeah, thanks Jesse, and I'll see you guys in a bit.
Always a pleasure, Les. Chris, what Les is referencing is a 15-year-old doing his first 24-hour race keeps resetting fast lap in Split number 1 is what he's referencing. We are joined with Chris Black, by the way, and he is running through the Split 2 running order.
Yeah, I feel old and slow now.
Chris, do you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm 23. I'm a youngish, but yeah, I'm on the younger side for some sim racing groups. I don't know about all, but I'm not crazy young. I was about to say I'm crazy old. That seems like an insult to so many people. But yeah. I will get back to the oh, wait a minute. Oh no, he's still there. Oh, that scared me a second. I thought my teammate had disappeared. He hasn't.
Chris
He's still
thought
there.
The Blacksmith Racing team had some issue. We made it through the top 15. I'm just gonna break and tell you that I've just figured out why you're called Blacksmith Racing.
Have you worked it out?
Yeah, you know, I'm something of a detective myself, Chris, and what I've done here is I've realized you've used your last names to create a completely different word and
Yes.
called yourself that. That's very clever. I'm assuming you took less time to come up with that name than it took me to figure out what it meant.
Yeah, it didn't take us long to come up with it. No,
I was sitting here looking at the team, and I was looking at the drivers. I was like, oh yeah, I know a lot of you guys, and or I know some of you guys, and I was like, Blacksmith Racing. Why'd they capitalize the S? It's staring me in the face the whole time.
Yeah. No. When we started the team only like a year and a half ago or whatever, it was me and the two Smith brothers. So
They're brothers.
Yeah. So the two Smiths are both brothers. So yeah, we were. I was like, right, what about Blacksmith Racing? And they were like, well, that's fine, that works. And it's fun because I got to put my name first, even though there's two of them. But it also meant that, but also because it's a wood, it worked. So we went running with it. We're actually talking about it last night with Chris Carr and Luke Barnard that maybe we'll become for next season. Maybe we'll become Blacksmith Carnard, just to continue the tradition. But we're not too sure. We'll see. It was a nice little joke last night. But back to the order. So we got the 186 of the Lima. Oh, Lima. I can read that. Lima Racing. They had an interesting moment about 10 laps ago. Not 10 laps ago. Last pit stops. They were in a big group of cars, and they needed to get over to the pits but couldn't. And so they put on the brakes and turned right across the kind of across the track, and got collected by a car that couldn't do anything to stop, which was a shame for them. It was a chaotic lap for them. I think they only got 8 seconds of damage. They didn't lose too much time, but it's not. That wasn't the best. It wasn't their. I don't think it was their best lap in the race. Oh, that's. Oh, we're behind them. Oh, okay. The P17 is one of the other poor people in the Porsches trying to keep it going. Of KET Motorsport. I believe. What was it? P17. Yeah, there's a Malaysian driver in currently. Of the 666. They've had an alright race, I think. Something about them is when you do come up to the back of them, you see like a white car with a whole lot of black marks. So you're kind of scared that it's braking and it might have some issues, which is a shame. But actually, they've been going pretty well. In P18 is the 869 of. I just realised I could probably get the entry list up instead of just flicking through all the things. Here we go. So what did I say? It is the 869. The
869. That's the Immersion Scuderia Corsa car.
Oh. How have I not found it? How was my... But they have had... I'm not too sure. I haven't really seen them a lot. I'm not doing the best job here, but there's a few cars that I just...
That's an all-Polish team.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, there's a few cars I haven't really seen all race, and they happen to be one of them. Oh, my teammate's just having a big drift in turn one. They seem to be going about it okay, I guess. What is their gap to the car ahead? So they're at 18th. They have a 30-second gap to the car ahead at the minute, so a little bit of what to do there to catch, but they do have a car on their lap, and there are 2 cars the lap ahead of them as well. So they have the possibility to catch up a bit. There's then the 777 of Green Team Racing.
Another all-Polish team.
Another all-Polish team. We've got a couple all-Polish teams. They are on a lap of their own at the minute, sadly. They have 6 drivers, which is a lot. I think the average in Split 2 is 4 drivers per team. There's a few teams with 3. We did have a team with 2, but they disconnected after a few hours, and I don't think they've come back. Because they had a big failure, which is a shame, because it would have been really interesting to see how they went after having 2 for the whole race. In P20 is the 992 car of
Flying Hellfish Spinala.
Flying Hellfish Spinala. So it is the sister car of the 991 in P11. And they are, I think they've been having some issues throughout the race. Again, they're in the Porsche, so it's been in higher temperatures. It's been deadly for them. And I think I seem to remember they've been having problems at the Degnas quite a lot, going deep and losing the rear there, which is a shame, but easily done, very easily done. NP21 is the 111 of Goat Racing Rough as Sandpaper. They had a very big moment in about 4 or 5 hours in it at 130R that was saved very well, actually. They had a spin and it wasn't the best, but they managed to keep it out the wall in the gravel trap. But it was actually a very impressive catch.
Not to interrupt, Chris, but we have a development in Split 1. Bitteroff has gotten themselves a drive-through penalty. That is your leader in Split 1 with a drive-through penalty. Now, the good news for SPHE Motorsport is they've got 2 laps in the bank. This will not really hurt them. They probably won't even be phased by this. I would also probably assume they're going to come down immediately and deal with that this lap. We'll see if that's exactly what happens. Keep in mind, that's not a steward penalty. There's no stewards. The box is closed at least for the next hour. I think it is. Yes, indeed. The next hour on the dot. So that is track limits has finally bitten the SPHE Motorsport car here in the late running. But because they have a 2-lap lead, that will not really phase them a whole lot. That might get Plaza and the 134 back within a lap of them, though. And that will mean that they will obviously lose the 2-lap buffer they have, but still have a full lap over the field. Back to you, Chris. Yeah,
the track limits penalties have been quite a thing in Split 2. I think pretty much all teams have had at least one. There's probably a few teams that haven't, but we've seen quite a lot, especially in the last 6 hours, a lot of drive-throughs popping up. Sadly, a few teams also then in turn speeding in the pit lane and getting 30-second stop goes and such as well. But it's been interesting to see. We've had 2 of our own over the course of the race so far. It's even though it's quite easy to stay in, it's sometimes just a small snap at Degna 1 or at Spoon, just putting you slightly wide of the curb and then you still carry some speed, can really set you off. It's really annoying, really. Yeah, back to the list. So in P22 we have the 117 of I should know this of SRT High Latency Racing. High Latency Racing because they have a few drivers in Asia, I believe. And yeah, they're usually fairly quick. I'm actually not too sure why they are so far down the order. Maybe a few issues on their part. Yeah. Then in P23 we have the 59 car of RK9 Motorsport. I remember them early on in the race. They were having a solid time, but I guess something's happen throughout the race. Maybe just pace drop off. I'm not too sure.
By the way, I've just realized something as well, because I'm being very observant this morning. The RK9 cars are named after Pokemon. That's very interesting. They've got a Growlithe car and an Arcanine car.
Oh wow, that's a cool naming scheme. I like that. In P24 there is the 12 McLaren. They have
Dungle beat.
Yeah, they have been.
I don't know what that means, but you know.
They have been off the pace today, sadly. Been off the pace for the race, but whenever they're being very gracious with blue flags. As soon as you're within 1 second, they're there letting you through, which has been great. I think they're here to finish the race, and which is great. They may be 588. They may be over 37 laps off the lead right now, but they're here and they're pushing on and they're going to finish, which is great. And currently last place in split 2 is, I cannot scroll down. I got love ACC sometimes in the is the 19 car of.
NS Racing is running last. That's Redford, Malcolm, and that's unusual.
Yeah, that is. I just looking at the standings, and yeah, they're up in P13 in the standings overall. That is odd. They must have had some issues. I seem to remember maybe they've had a disconnect during the night.
That'll do.
And I know they had a spin earlier on. Couple spins earlier on, and maybe a drive through, but yeah, I seem to remember reading about maybe a disconnect in the chat. Not 100% sure, but yeah, that's a shame. They were at one point they were up in P14, I think, P14 in catching cars ahead. So that's a real shame. Let's see, they are 4 laps behind the P24 car, so with 2 hours and 44 minutes to go, they could catch them. Conceivably, they could catch them if they've got the pace delta. I'm not too sure if they do, but if they do, they could conceivably catch them, and we could have a fight for last place close to the end, which could be very interesting. Sadly, there's no very close battles happening. I think some of the closest battles is like 7 seconds. We've got quite a big field spread now. In the early hours of the race, for the first hour, P5 through 17 were covered by about 6 seconds. During about 4 or 5 hours in, P3, 4, 5, and 6 were covered. All 4 cars were covered by 3 seconds, with some very tight racing happening. So we've had some really good racing in Split 2. There's been some very good battles building, but now we're into that long stint of waiting and seeing what happens. But there's also some strategy left, because I don't know about other cars, but for us, we've not been able to maximize the stint timer to 65 minutes. It's mostly been around 63-minute stints, which means we're gonna have about half an hour left over at the end of the race to maybe splash and dash or do other tactics. So I'm sure many other teams are in a similar vein. Oh, well saved. The 46 car ahead of us. 46 car, I think. Just had a little bit of a moment going into 130R, so it was not 46, 18.
Ooh, battle brewing here in split number 1 as well. Carlos Kaladian piloting the Rebound Racing 256, quite close to each other in the hairpin that time. The Kaiser in the 41 for McLeod Racing Team, right on the back of him. That gap was near enough 12 to 16 seconds earlier on in the race, and now it has all but closed up here, just under 3 hours. Chris Black's joined us. He's given us the full rundown of split number 2. Chris, is there any, first of all, thank you for doing that.
That was
very
fun.
kind of you.
More
Number
than
2,
happy.
is there anybody you want to shout out? Maybe your teammates, maybe a partner, a sponsor?
Yeah, I mean, my teammates in general. Luke Barnard, Dylan Smith, Chris Carr. They've all been driving phenomenally today, absolutely phenomenally. We 3 of us haven't actually driven ACC in a couple of months, just due to life stuff. So we've so it's been really good to come back and actually for once have so far, fingers crossed, touch wood, so far a good race. We tend to have some bad luck in these things. And it's also Luke's first race with us. He just joined the team for this race. This is his first race, and he's driving phenomenally. Got us a great setup, and it's been great. And I'm just everybody in Split 2 who's staying around, especially those guys who are 30 laps down, who are still going and still pushing. I mean, it's great. It's great to see. It's what you love to see. You don't want people giving up.
Couldn't agree more.
Just because issues. I will leave you to it. If there's a fight about to brew, I need to go join my teammates and help with some strategy. We've got pit stop coming up soon, so I hope all goes well in Split 1 and everything, and there's some good entertaining racing for the end in Split 1 and in Split 2 as well. So
good luck to you, Blacksmith Racing Car 917 Split 2. Chris Black bringing you the full rundown. Thank you very much. Good luck. See you after the checkered flag.
Thank you. See you after check. Bye.
Well, we have Mark Elgart, who has joined us. He's been waiting very patiently, and he's going to join us for this live battle with his car. Mark, you got out of the car quite recently, and De Kaiser in the car, and now fully caught up to the back of Rebound Racing.
Yeah, we're in a tight battle right now, and De Kaiser is feeling quite well, and are hoping to get them on track. But we have it's planned that we should take them without issues. According to my calculations, they should do another pit stop than us before the end. So.
296 has a drive-through penalty, that for track limits as well. The battle for 6th place is on. Looking to the middle of the track is Kaladian. Taking the long way around is De Kaiser. De Kaiser's going to be just about even as they enter turn number 1. It's going to be who can keep a track of it off of the racing surface entirely is De Kaiser. He's going to slide the rear end of that McLeod BMW. He's going to save it, but unfortunately unable to keep level with Rebound Racing. Kaladian survives another couple of turns.
Yeah, he's doing really good handling the BMW. It's a hard car right now, especially in the hot weather. The rears are cooking, and we have to be on it all the time. It's very easy to make a mistake in this car.
Talk us through your race while we have a moment, while De Kaiser's kind of reassessing here. Talk us through the race. I assume you have all 4 of your drivers, Ulrich, Svenchek, and obviously we know De Kaiser's in the car now. What's it been like so far, nearly 22 hours into this thing?
It's been good. De Kaiser started out and did fairly well. I think we started P8 or something like that. We had a great start, and the first few hours went without issues. When Martin got into the car, we had a crash at the end of 130R. Our car is very it's risky over the curb exit of 130R, so he straight lined into the wall and damaged the car with around 1 minute of damage. And we've been battling slowly back since, but have had issues with De Kaiser's screen freezing at times, and meaning that the game would just lock in place and it would straight line into a wall again. Luckily we only gained 20 seconds of damage, and that was around like an hour ago maybe. So we're getting back slowly to it, but we're not gonna get back to the 5th place we once had.
What do you think 6th place is all that's in it for you today? You don't think a top 5's possible?
No, they're two laps ahead, unless they really have bad luck. Don't think we will be able to do that. We got pretty good pace, but the guys ahead are really fast, and the track is fitting more towards the mid-engine cars. The BMW is a handful around here.
For those of you that don't know, Elgard is a guy that he hangs around in the chat. He races. He's a full part of this community, and we thank you, because a lot of times, Mark, you give us extra information that we normally wouldn't have. You're updating us on your team. You're updating us about things going on in the race that we may not be aware of. I mean, you're all over the place. You're in the car. You're fast. Where do you find the time?
I don't. Well, I do. I'm just enjoying it. I like being near the guys and stuff. I am as well, if not mentioned, the manager of the MRT ACC part. So I'm also collecting new drivers and trying to support them and help them. But as I say to my drivers, even though I do drive fairly fast, that it's their job to be faster. I'm just the manager.
All right, manager. Who's your fastest driver right now on roster?
It's possibly Chris Verstappen or Butchek, I would say.
Ignacy.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. There you go. That makes me feel better about me. I actually quite like that answer. Yeah, of course, no RCI esports in this race. If you're just tuning in, you're wondering, wait, shouldn't there be an RCI car? Weren't they in the top 2 or 3 in the championship? Where are they? They didn't start in park. They didn't start at all. They're away. So is Ignacy Butchek. So is Chris Verstappen as well, who also races for MRT. So none of those drivers featuring in this race today.
Yeah, they had a few plans going on for this weekend. It was actually supposed to be that they were driving three big races during this weekend, and they voted out of 24 hours for a 12-hour Bathurst and a 6-hour something else. So they've been alive in other races, but they sadly couldn't attend this due to lack of drivers.
Yeah, I saw a little bit. Yeah, I saw a little bit how that 12-hour had been going. Something must have gone wrong, because they were 17th, and I didn't see what happened, but you can assume.
Yeah, I believe so.
Collected. Well, we're talking with McLeod Racing Team's manager. He's a driver. He does everything, and top 6 on the board here. What do you think about the Kaiser's approach here? Took a run at him a few laps ago. Hasn't necessarily put on too much pressure here. I don't think that's because he can't get to the back of Claudian. I think this feels more purposeful, like he's staying just a little bit further behind right now. Or maybe that slide, maybe that was a little bit too much for the tires. Either way, still pacing the 256 McLaren of Rebound. What does he need to do here to get by?
Well, the tires aren't comfortable in these temperatures, and of course when you're close racing, then it gets less air and they get even hotter. I've told him that he should stay and do it in his pace, because as I said, I expect them to do one more pit stop than us, so better safe than sorry. But if he can pressure him into a mistake, then that will be fine as well. But he's doing his best and trying to keep that BMW in check. It's the only front wheel car around here, so it's very light in the rear.
You're being called a gentleman racer in chat. What are your thoughts on that?
I like to be acknowledged that I'm a gentleman, maybe, but I'm at least doing my best and hoping you guys enjoy it at least.
We certainly do. We love having you around. We love having the MRT team. You just know MRT is going to be a team that usually you're going to have to fight for inside the top 5. And the BMW, you've stuck with it, haven't you, really? Any reason why you stuck with it? So many people going for meta, you really haven't done that.
Well, there's one good reason, and that's Martin Ulrich. He's
the BMW goat.
yeah, he really enjoys the BMW, and he was like, I want to do this, but I don't want to drive any other car. So we kind of had to. And RCI team with Chris and them just joined in, so we could share setups and stuff. So that's literally why. It's what he's comfortable with, and we support him in that, of course.
Ooh.
And it's fun to be a little off meta.
Huge curb right there in 130R. It wasn't that he got sideways, because he didn't. It was how hard he hit the curb. It caused the BMW to bounce. And when the car's an airplane, it's not gripping enough. And that has given a little bit of a breather to Kaladian, who is driving a pretty good defensive battle. Car's on newer tires and a different lap. I think that was the 134 at Plaza coming through in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, just letting him by.
Yep, De Kaiser just made that as easy as humanly possible there. Yeah, it's been a pretty up and down race. You always want to be trending the right direction here. You could potentially get this spot. I gotta ask you, as a manager, do you turn into slide right there? Do you turn into a psychologist at some point for your drivers? Maybe they get a little upset, they lose a little bit of focus. Are you good at like settling drivers down, or is that left to somebody else on the team?
I believe I am fairly good at drivers and their psychology. We don't. Usually, I don't pick people because of the pace they drive, or about their personality and how they react to certain things and how they are in traffic, calm and collective. So that's more or less why I don't have to actually do that much. I require as much psychology support as they do.
You and I have a lot in common. I've just realized I'm the same way. I like to think I'm good at, keeping everything in perspective for the team, and it's so easy to lose sight of that, especially when you're the one driving the car. And you're unique in the fact that you understand both perspectives. As a manager, you understand it as a driver, as a competitor. So you kind of, I suppose you could say you understand it a bit more than most managers who don't really drive. By the way, Koivisto has had a really strange thing occur. They came down the pit lane, either that or they stopped the car and returned to garage. They were then disqualified from the race, the 17th place car, the number 90 E1 Sim Sport car. After that occurred, the disqualification was cleared, I assume by a race controller who was watching. Then they were given a stop and go 30, which is an appropriate penalty. So I have no idea what exactly happened there. I thought they teleported to pit lane, but they may have driven into pit lane so fast they got disqualified.
I just checked the replay on that one. They entered the pit at around 130 kilometers an hour and got
the disqualification. So nearly 3 times pit road speed, ladies and gentlemen at home. That does end up in a disqualification. But the unique thing about RCI is we don't let the disqualification stand. So the disqualification was cleared. When you get DQ'd, you get teleported to pit. I mean, they were already on pit road, but you get teleported to your box. They either knew that was going to be cleared, or they hadn't disconnected. Sometimes we've had it happen where somebody gets DQ'd and they immediately leave. They don't realize that would be cleared. But that is the standard ruling that the stewards do. That the stewards' box is closed. That doesn't mean. Oh wait, no, the stewards are in there. In fact, they're getting ready to start their work day. Matter of fact, they already have. So never mind. They are in there. There's a lot of them. They were watching for that. They've cleared the disqualification. They've given them the appropriate penalty of a stop and go 30, which they still have to serve in 30 minutes. That was a long-winded explanation of a very strange situation. 2023, Mark, is coming to an end. What do you see for McLeod Racing in 2024? What are you going to be up to?
Usually we just take a look around all the noticeable series and stay alive more or less 2-3 times a month. But the MRT is set up as it's more or less a freelance team, as is Chris and Ignacy can drive for RCI. They're just a part of MRT as well, support.
Yeah, we're exactly the same.
Yeah, and that's. I believe we're looking quite a bit forward to the new update release of Nordschleife, and I'm looking forward to at least a 24-hour race around there, possibly with you guys, depending on who
I was just gonna say. I don't know if you're a mind reader, but can you guess what the next 24-hour race is going to be here at RCI?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I don't know that for sure, and I couldn't tell you if I did know, but it does seem sort of obvious.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're welcome to hold the Bathurst. I love that track.
Oh man. Well, I gotta say, he's back in the saddle here. It's a little bit slidey. Where is he at? Where's De Keyser at in his pit stop sequence? Is he near the end of the run? Is he in the middle?
He will be. There's 2 hours 35. He will be around 25 minutes left, something like that.
When you slide the tires in your car, does it recover a bit, or is it just steadily deteriorating every time you slide them?
It's wounded the rest of the race, rest of the stunt.
Okay.
It's very hard, especially as soon as it gets hotter, the car slides more, and then it's just a bad run. So it's more or less trying to save the tires. But the BMW is like the first 12 to 15 minutes, it's really, really good, and then it drops off and becomes quite bad. And then it comes alive again in the last few minutes. But it sort of tapers off and steadies around 1.5 to 1.7. So that's around the pace we can do, and the fastest we've done is like 20.56, something like that. Can't go faster at all, at least in our hands.
For anyone in chat wondering, questioning, did the Nordschleife get announced? Yes, it did. Quite funnily enough, the NIL, I think, series it is, or maybe it was the Nürburgring official. I guess it's an X account now. Disgusting. Elon, what are you actually doing with yourself? But they accidentally announced it before Kunos said anything about it. They took that tweet down. Kunos then confirmed it was real, and then the Nürburgring put the tweet back up again, all in the span of 24 hours. It was a wild week last week that ended up with the Nordschleife being officially announced for, I believe it was early 2024. So obviously this is our last 24-hour endurance of the year. We will be back with more endurance racing next year, and I would imagine that you wouldn't have to be particularly sleuthy to figure that the first 24 in the spring, or maybe the early summer 2024 for RCI, would likely be the Nordschleife. And I have been very privately campaigning for a specific format for that race, for the categories, simply because it only would make sense to have a mixed class race. So what would you think about that?
I would enjoy mixed class racing a lot, but unfortunately also it seems like GT4 and other cars are not being picked as much, and that's a little sad. But I'm looking forward to a big grid at least.
I tell you what, my suggestion was it was going to be GT3. It's going to be GT3, Porsche Cup, and M2, because that most simulates an N24 to me.
I would not drive a Porsche Cup around there without TC.
You would have to be crazy to do that.
Nah,
But
it's
somebody
okay. It's
might
about
do
the
that.
setup, but it's I would too. But we are usually MRT aren't shying away from GT4s. Actually, it's usual car we do in multi-class just to make it a little more interesting.
Yeah, being corrected in chat, the trailer said for the 2024 season, which could mean it could come at any time next year. I don't know where. I got something for spring next year, but I could be confusing. I quite often confuse different announcements as they've come out, so I do apologize there. I don't know anything that anyone else doesn't know.
My guess is that they'll possibly run it together with the normal N24, and then have an esport part of it with the real drivers that they will push out.
Oh yeah, sure. That makes a lot of sense. Back
But I
at it
don't
again, the Kaiser on the back of Kaladian. We've got his manager, we've got his teammate in the booth with us, Mark Elgard, who fresh out of the car. He ran the stint, came in here, and hanging out with me just a little bit. If you have to go, don't let me keep you. I just thought it'd be interesting to talk to you while your driver's battling for a meaningful position.
I got at least 10 minutes more, so it's fine.
Well, I'm hoping De Kaiser can work on this position, and because he certainly caught back up. I asked you about the tires. You said they don't really rebound; they just get progressively worse. They don't recover from a slide at all. But he's done a really good job. He's managed that. It looks like he's got the car back under him, and now he's right back on him. It was over a second, nearly a second and a half gap that was created, but that is all gone now. Claudia not overreacting, not panicking. He's had to make the one real big move, and that was the middle of the racetrack into turn 1 and 2. Beyond that, he hasn't compromised his line too much here. That's probably what's benefiting him here. He's able to run his normal line and just about keep pace, but one little move from either car, and that's all it's going to take, and off in Spoon goes to Kaiser. Would you reckon the damage has been done to the tires and he's just pushing it?
Both drivers are pushing quite hard. As I said, the BMW has a midpoint, so him catching up now will mean that the car is getting lighter and slightly faster again. The tires are worn though, so it will feel like you're understeering everywhere, and if you're not understeering, as soon as you go on throttle, you're oversteering. So that's how it is to drive.
Oh, big development here. The 224 has received a drive-through penalty. Now, I can't tell you in good faith what that is for, because the stewards are in, but your pole sitters, Alpha SimSport, have been dealt a drive-through penalty. I actually, no, tell a lie. I can tell you with authority what's happened. The stewards box is awake, and they're dealing with the overnight penalties. An incident all the way back on lap 343 involving the 420 and the 224 drive-through penalty for car 224 for an unsafe rejoin, causing a takeout. Position not returned. That was in the night, of course. No further action between the 545 and the 33 back on lap 351, and a drive-through penalty for car 146 for an overtake with contact leading to a takeout. Position not returned. That on lap 484, a 5-second penalty. Are you, Mark, I gotta ask, are you sitting here going, don't call the car number, don't call our number, don't call our number? Are you worried that maybe something happened in the overnight? You're not at all?
Not at all. I've been following the guys, and they aren't doing that.
Mark says, not on my team, they're not doing that.
Well, it happens, it does, but I haven't noticed any issues. It's mostly ourselves that
so
kill
you're calm
ourselves.
and cool. You're calm. You've got it under control. 5-second penalty, though, for car 137. Blue flag infringement. Holding up car 146. That on lap 486. Just to let you know what lap they're working. We're over lap 600 for those at home. 629, in fact. So not a whole lot of incidents in the overnight thus far, but it is lighting up the board. So the 146, the 224 for those overnight penalties. The 137 has that 5-second, which is, in comparison to drive-through, almost nothing. The fight for P6 is on, and that's where we stand with 2 minutes. Mark, you getting back in the car at all today?
Yeah, I'm actually getting back into it in like 15 minutes and then double stinting towards the end.
You're going to double stint to the end?
Yeah.
Confident in your ability to hold 6th place if you get it?
Not at all.
Okay, not the answer I thought I was going to get with that one.
I will do my best. It seems like me and De Kaiser is the fastest guy and most comfortable in the car. So I will try my best, but it is hard and it's hard.
Yeah, I will say this for the weather nerds out there: the wind picked up slightly and it changed direction, and it is completely overcast now. What does that mean? Typically, when the wind picks up and it gets cloudy, that means there is the possibility of approaching weather precipitation. It has rained in Split 1 in the overnight hours, but only briefly. And we'll see if we get something a little bit more substantial here in the late going with 2.5 hours to go. Is your car set up to handle that, or did you go full dry setup here today?
Well, as a note, our car is mostly based on the HIMO setup, so it's driving really well. And looking at the earlier rain shower we had, our car was very good actually. On dry tires against the others, we were doing about a second faster. So apparently it's good, but it's not set up for it by us.
There you go. I mean, it doesn't matter who sets it up as long as it goes very quickly, and it's certainly done that here. No further penalties that have come through thus far, by the way, just the ones that they're looking at. But I will say, I know they're looking at quite a few things. Mark, I think what we're going to do is we're going to release you back to your team. You've been very generous with your time and your opinions here today. We do appreciate you coming in, and we do appreciate you in chat, and especially on the racetrack. We just love having you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks a lot. I'm really enjoying it and looking forward to Watkins.
Anybody you want to shout out, give thanks to out there? Maybe the team, maybe a sponsor?
I think we should shout out our designer, Phil Varley. He's painted our car and also painted the 33, actually.
Oh, okay. We're going to take a good look at the car there. Shout out to lovely car. I mention this all the time now, but broadcasters love a car that they can pick out immediately. We know this is the McLeod BMW. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the most important thing. We can pick it out. We know who's there. Brilliant job. My compliments to the painter. Mark Elgart from McLeod Racing. He's got a little bit of work to do. Going to double stint to the end, looking for P6. Good luck.
Yeah, see you guys. Thank you.
I love a team manager, a driver. He's the Swiss Army knife, ladies and gentlemen, of teammates. And he's fast to boot, by the way, which is always nice to have. Well, we've made it to a little under 2.5 hours of the race to go. Pit stops have been commencing. Some of the penalties, the drive-thrus namely, have been dealt with. Cormac and me have been with you for the last 2 hours or so. So what we thought we would do is step away for a few moments, catch our breath, and we invite you all to do the same. Get a snack, make some breakfast if it's morning wherever you are. Have some afternoon tea if it's afternoon for you. And we will be right back after this. So while we're gone, we're going to leave you with the sights and sounds of the 24 of Suzuka. Stick around. We'll be right back. Well, you saw it when we were away, the pit stop cycle continuing and the change happening. Joe Dalber in the car, in the 256 Rebound Racing car. Carlos Caladiad in the Casio Triangle, having a little bit of an issue getting through there side by side with De Kaiser at the time in the number McLeod 41 for McLeod Racing. And the pit stops after that has all settled. Mark Elgard has gotten into the car in relief of De Kaiser. Joe Dalber's done the very same for Caladian at Rebound Racing, and this is the state of it. It is fortunes reversed. Elgard for McLeod in front of Dalber for Rebound, but it's just as tight as it was a little while ago. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm Jesse Lee. I'm not joined by anybody on commentary. I am joined by Cormac Malloy behind the cameras. If you wonder why they look so good, that's because we have a professional doing the cameras. The next hour or so, it's just going to be me hanging out with you. We expect a Les Stevenson to rejoin us for the finish here today. I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who has come in over the past 24 hours for interviews and talk to us and all of that, including Mark Elgard. Of course, Chris Black was in here to name a few. A lot of teams. N&M came in. Got to hear a little bit more about that team, their formation, Kvetch obviously as well. We'd love to hear from all the teams. We say actually in the drivers meeting prior to the races itself about broadcast, we don't care if you're 50 laps down in last place. That's not important to us. What is important is giving you your proper due, because quite frankly, 24-hour racing, endurance racing in general, quite the undertaking. Everyone deserves the plaudits for attempting such a daunting task. Reading back some things from chat. Whenever we left, it was completely cloudy. Well, unfortunately, that has gone by the wayside. It was cloudy, the wind was picking up, but just as we went to break, the opposite happened. It cleared off. It is only very... It's pretty sunny right now. I wouldn't even call this partly cloudy. This is mostly sunny, I think, in America. We would call this on a weather forecast. Not a meteorologist, by the way. 32 degrees track temperature. When we came back on the air this morning, it was 25 degrees C track temp. It's now 32, so we've almost gained a full 10 degrees centigrade on the racetrack. And for that rain chance, unfortunately, it is sunny again. And there's no wind, so that has completely fizzled out. That hasn't happened, unfortunately. Minnie Simeon is trying to do some of the math in the chat on the two cars in question, the 41 and the 256. They're pretty close on their pit stop cycle, though McLeod seems to think that they will not have to do a splash and dash at the end. They're quite confident Rebound will. We talked to Rebound earlier, and they also felt like they were going to have to do a splash at the end. So that seems to be the way it is. But on track, they're quite close. In reality, I think because Rebound has had to pit slightly earlier, that is going to just about rule them out. Now, they might not actually have to pit at the end of the race. You don't actually have to pit to reset the timer. All you have to do is break the timing beam by coming down pit lane. 65-minute stint limit, of course. Basically, you give yourself a drive-through penalty, and you get back out there on the racetrack. But the problem is, with the proximity of these two cars to each other, that would be very damning here. So the act of making an extra trip down pit lane would be the end-all be-all. Best case scenario for Joe Dalber is he gets up there and he makes a pass on Mark Elgard. But unfortunately, that hasn't come to pass. Dalber's still within a second as it stands. Ash Bibby says, hello from my local garage. Car again on the ramp. Oh no, car trouble for Ash Bibby. And instead of paying the mechanic money, he's giving us £1.99. Thank you so much for the, I believe that's a super chat is what they call that over here on YouTube. Thank you to Ash Bibby, £1.99. That man, Ash Bibby, is working towards naming rights of a second championship. If you haven't been with us the last couple of weeks, there's a new incentive here at RCI TV. If you donate the equivalent of around 50 USD, it doesn't have to be exactly 50, it's somewhere around there, you earn the right, if you will, to name a championship barring admin approval. It doesn't have to be your name. It could be a name in general. Can't really be a sponsored name that you don't own, but we have heard rumblings of a couple of teams considering naming a championship after their team, like the Triple R Championship, for instance, stuff like that. That would be very interesting to see a team do that, and that would be perfectly fine. So Ash Bibi already has the Night Owl Championship, the current one that will resume next Saturday, this coming Saturday, I should say. It's named after him. He's working his way on to a second one. Carlos Claudian's joined us from chat, debriefing on his stint. My job here is done. Reconciled with sim racing after a lot of bad races in the last 2 months. Carlos, I'm super happy to hear you say that. You were giving them hell out there. You definitely deserve it. I hope you feel good about it. Plaudits from Mini Simeon to Carlos. I know Amadio was playing with me, but I'm quite happy with my driving, as you should be, man. Good driving indeed. Still in the back of him, though, Joe Dauber has closed up quite a bit. Cormac, yell at me if something happens. I'm going to be looking at some more of the stewarding reports. There was a warning given to car 91 for blue flag infringement. That back on lap 407. That was during the night, of course. And a warning for car 90 for the very same blue flag infringement. That on lap 542. Those are the most up-to-date penalties we have in Split 1. Looking over in Split 2, a drive-through was given for car 12 in the overnight hours. There's a drive-through for car 48. 5-second penalty for car 51. Warnings and some NFAs rather besides. So not a whole lot in the way of issues like that. Chris Black joined us from Blacksmith Racing earlier, and he made a comment I wanted to follow up on. He said that there was a lot of big sins in split number 2 earlier on in the race, and he actually inquired if it was the same here. So much. There's been a lot of side-by-side argy-bargy, though. Cars getting stuck side-by-side, especially through the Degners, a couple of times through the S's, and especially in the Casio Triangle, also known as the chicane here before the last turn. That has been the MO of the day so far, and I don't think it's really changed. We've seen a lot of cars get, I almost call it stuck side by side, where they just come together, and it's usually not a big deal. So Split 1 a little bit different in that regard, and I can commiserate with Chris, though, because I did do some stewarding last night after we went off air, and can confirm there were a couple of sins in Split 2, so his assessment was absolutely spot on to the situation. No matter where you're joining us today, whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening, we appreciate you being with us on YouTube and Twitch. And we hope that you're enjoying the broadcast, and we invite you to like the video, subscribe to RCI TV on YouTube, and follow us on Twitch. We would very much appreciate that. Our numbers keep going up. Yeah, you guys are absolutely amazing. We've gained another 20 or so subs in the last month and a half or so. And for a pokey little sim racing channel where all we do is broadcast organized club racing, that is super mega. We super appreciate that. You don't have to donate money here. We don't, it's not a big deal. A like, a subscribe, that is all we would ever ask of you, or a follow if you're over on Twitch, of course. We certainly appreciate that. And I invite you, go to racerci.com. Check out what we got going on. You don't have to be an esports pro. You don't have to be an alien pace master, Giga Chad, to race here at RCI. We've got splits for you. We've got series that you can join right now and have fun and be competitive. Look at Ash Bibi themselves. From nothing to something in only a few weeks. A few weeks of work. And they're not running last is the point in their split. They're competitive in their split. So that's sort of what we're saying. Don't be shy. We'd love to have you. All free, of course. Racing Free International is our second name. Just looking at some of the things we got coming up on RCI TV. We mentioned the iRacing series ongoing, the Road Racing Series 2. You have a choice between GT4 or Mazda Cup. This coming Thursday, they will be at the Daytona Road Course. I'm hoping it's Daytona Road Course because that's not what it says, but it wouldn't make sense to put them on the oval. I mean, you're on the oval anyway, but you get my point. Monday Janetta Cup is in full swing in ACC, and race 1 was a corker. John Dalton and myself, Ash Bibby too for that matter, who is our broadcaster for that, losing it, having a lot of fun with round number 1 from Misano. It was a wild race. It was a fun race. We're going to be in Kyalami, South Africa this coming Monday, so just 24 or so hours away. More like 36 hours away, but you catch my drift. Away from Monday Janetta Cup round number 2. You can sign up for that. And any race that we do here at RCI mid-season, you don't have to wait for the next one. Our racing series are not like buses, where if you miss one by 5 minutes, you've got to wait. All you got to do is join the Discord. Go to the website, racerci.com. Do sign in and sign up. All free, of course. Do your pre-queue. You'll be racing that very race. You can jump in on Janetta Cup or Wednesday Team Championship. You can race solo in the name of a team or with a friend. Those 80-some minute races, I believe they are. They are indeed 80-minute races. Quite fun as well. Cormac and me called that one past week. That was a fun race as well. Jordan Daly, your winner in, I won't call it a last lap pass. Quite close, though. He left it late, but he arrived right on time. Of course, the Friday championship, the Friday Sprint Championship, was meant to start this Friday. It was pushed back a week. You still have time to do your pre-queue sign up and make the grid for round number 1 at Kyalami as well. And we would like to see some more signups for that. So, if you're jonesing to get racing, 60-minute races on a Friday, the Friday Sprint season in its 13th iteration. Sign up, do your pre-queue, get involved with the Friday Championship. It's definitely a fun one. It's one of my favorite ones. A lot of big names show up for that, and a lot of good racing happens there as well. You know what's interesting about the thing we're flying over right here? This is inside Spoon Corner. That big pad there that is right behind us that you saw, that's a skid pad. This is a facility that is used for racing, obviously. I think it's owned by Honda, but it's also used for driver training. And there's a skid pad. There's all sorts of drifting, testing things here at this circuit. And that's what this area is used for. The inside of Spoon Curve. And of course, for those of you missing Night Owl will return for round number 2 from the Hungaro Ring this coming Saturday as well. Keep an eye on the Discord, WRC Rally number 2 coming at you soon if you're playing the new WRC. RCI has championships in that as well. Full-on rallies that you take part in. Gladkey, the winner of our very first rally series. Congratulations to him. Ash Bibby giving us live updates of his car that's in the shop. His wishbones are gone. Seeing some nice back and forth from Kaladiat and De Kaiser, who were previously at war on the racetrack, friends off the track now. Might sound funny to some, but that's quite often the case. When the visor goes down, you have no friends. Everybody's an enemy. You get out of the car, though. A lot of mutual respect there, not only in sim racing, but in racing in general. You love to see that. Shout out to Kaiser. His first drive with the team, had a lot of fun. It looked like a lot of fun out there. Looked a little bit sketchy. But the temperatures of the track will do that to you. You love to see that sportsmanship, camaraderie. We're all here for the same thing after all. I'm a slightly more, I guess you would call it selfish than most, because I don't really care who wins. I just want to see a good race, and we have had a very interesting 24. We're not settled here yet. You just joined us. The 969, less than an hour ago, got a drive-through for track limits. They were 2 laps ahead. I think they've regained their second lap. I don't know. It might be close. They might only be 1 lap. They may be majorly 2 laps ahead, but I think they might only be 1 full lap ahead. One more issue for SPH could be a bit of an issue here, but I highly doubt they're going to be in a position to create such an issue. While we're flying around the racetrack, these drone cameras provided by Cormac Malloy, one of our newer broadcasters here at RCI. I wouldn't say the newest, because that's Ash. But they joined quite quickly, one after another. Cormac, an accomplished filmographer, I think is the correct term. Apparently knows how to work a drone camera quite well. As we fly around the racetrack here. The sights, the sounds, you can only imagine the smells. A lot of rubber, clag, if you will, marbles, if you're inclined. Off of the racing surface, the detail in ACC, even in 2023, despite this game being 3-some years old, still quite top notch. Kuno's really set the standard for what an atmosphere of a racing game should be. You can see the road texture, which differs from the drop off to the curb and where it's been resurfaced, the marks on the curb, the divots, the elevation change, all that stuff modeled accurately. Kuno's doesn't just measure the track and then put a curb of their own choosing. They measure the curbs too for accuracy. The infield paddock at Suzuka, also a lively place as well. This may sound silly, but the largest parking lot in Japan, probably the infield at Suzuka. Most parking lots in Japan quite small, quite compact. Simeon noticing the Ferris wheel, I think in real life, or at least in years past, if memory serves, that had a Coca-Cola sponsorship on it. It was the Coca-Cola Ferris wheel. There's like a little tiny amusement park over there in that corner, the same way you would have at the 24 of Le Mans, Nürburgring, or of course the Daytona 24 as well. That's a permanent one though. That doesn't move. That could be many years old. The Coca-Cola sponsorship on there. Does it still have it? Does it say Suzuka on it? I don't know. It is. It's Coke Zero sponsored. Not a sponsor for us, by the way, but yeah, it does. Okay. So it's always been like that. Usually there's a little fair over here in this section. They've accurately modeled it. This Ferris wheel goes at half the speed of smell. It is a very slow ride. Look at this now. Look at the view from the top of the Ferris wheel. Suzuka lore for you. I'll give you 3 guesses of what the final turn at Suzuka's called. I'll wait. Get your answers in. Get your answers in. Panis is in the 420 as well. Has anyone guessed it? The final turn is actually called last turn. No fancy naming here. Turns 1 and 2 are just called turns 1 and 2 as well. The S's is actually called the snake. Makes sense though on that one. I think we can all agree. And the corners we call the Degners isn't actually called that. It's called Degner. We usually refer to it in commentary as Degner 1 and 2, but I could never find, and I've looked this up for years, I can't find a track map. I've never been able to find one that calls it Degner 1 and 2. They just call it Degner, and not plural, not Degners, just Degner. I find that very fascinating. Don't know why in broadcast we've always called it Degner 1 and 2, maybe just for clarification reasons. Now we're going to hang out with the fans here a little bit. Dedicated folks, been here for all 24 hours. Is that the internet's Ryan Gill? I think he's in the crowd. I think you can see him. Oh, and there's his mom as well. What a wonderful lady Mrs. Gill is. Wonderful lady. Shout out to Mrs. Gill. Elaine, I hope you're doing well. Chris P. has asked, why are they all looking at the camera? See, now that's nice. That's movie magic right there. They always look at the camera the same way that if you played a video game from 2004, 2005, and you had 2D trees, the trees always face you. That's Ted Edwards, look. That's Race Ventura's Ted Edwards. I think we can let kudos off with the crowd looking at the camera, because if somebody was in the crowd with a camera, wouldn't you smile as well? I probably would. I'd probably turn and smile at the camera myself. And take a look at it there. Well, we're getting into the final hour and a half of the race, and before we start to button this thing up, I just want to thank some of our other partners. Digital Motorsport, your one-stop shop for sim racing hardware. If you need a new rim or a full-on new rig, Digital Motorsports has you covered. All the top stuff from the top brands, including a sim rig builder. You can build the sim rig of your budget or your dreams over at digital-motorsport.com. Link is in the description. They literally have everything over there, and if it's not on Digital Motorsport, you probably don't need it. Speaking of the top brands, Fanatec is the leader in direct drive hardware. Nothing but good news coming out of Fanatec recently. They got the new quick release, and new bundles are out, and it's that time of year where they offer sales on stuff as well. Fanatec.com. Direct drive makes all the difference for a lot of people. 9 out of 10 dentists agree. Direct drive. Better feedback. Better driving. Talked about Go setups earlier as well. So many of you making purchases from Go setups. Appreciate you doing that. Driver 61. Once you have the setup, get better at the racetrack. One-on-one driver coaching, full-on racing schools over there at Driver 61. I don't know why Cormac's choking up on the mic right now, but that scared the ever-loving you-know-what out of me. People reacting to the crowd there, saying that's kind of creepy that they follow the camera like that. That's just like trees. There's a word for that. I don't remember what it's called. I'm not a game designer, but that used to be a common tactic. You'd make a 2D tree that looked like a 3D image, and it would follow you. Of course, obviously now computing power is as such that it doesn't matter. We have 3D trees, hundreds, thousands of them. Shout out to Speed Tree, not a sponsor either, but Speed Tree really changed the game. But back in the day, you'd have these 2D flat trees, but you wouldn't note it. You wouldn't have noticed it because they were following you around the racetrack. But of course, with our fly camera, there's still that trickery with the crowd. Makes sense though that they'd be watching you going around the racetrack, though it is creepy when you get the camera right up next to them. Chris P, don't worry. We have special permits to drive into the cars with the drone. I don't know what our drone budget is, but we're sparing no expense. I can tell you that much right now. Joe Daubert for Rebound Racing was right on the back of Mark Elgard. We talked to Joe earlier. We talked to Elgard. We've talked about their teammates. The roles have reversed here in this penultimate stint. Everybody has one more stop that they have to make in this race. We suspect, and the Rebound Racing team suspects, that they will have to come in and reset their stint timer near the end of the race. Now, whether they actually have to take fuel on board or not, they didn't share that information. They may just need to roll down pit lane, give themselves a drive-through, if you will, to reset the stint timer. They may not actually need fuel to get to the end. But we suspect that, they suspect that, and of course, McLeod Racing in the 41 BMW believe that they have them on strategy. So this is super important for Dauber here, who's back in the car, to maintain contact with Elgard, to get up there, make this pass, and potentially either slow them down or, best case scenario, drive away just a little bit as the sand in the hourglass starts to tick down. We're nearing 1.5 hours left to go. 10:36 a.m. sim time. Track temperature has gone up an additional degree. 33 C now. And we went from mostly sunny to partly cloudy again. There's a slight breeze that isn't registering on the scale, but there is a tiny one, and I wonder if that may pick up here at the end. Remember, we had a rain shower overnight, nothing major. So there was a little bit of rain here in split 1. There's been a couple of showers in split 2 by the sound of it, but nothing particularly alarming here. And what a monkey wrench in the works, a spanner in the works, if you will. Rain would be here in the final hour and a half. We know it's going to be dry for the next 30 minutes. We know that it's going to be partly cloudy for the next 30 minutes, but we don't know what may lurk behind that. Yeah, the drone camera can just about keep up with the GT3 car. Quite funny. These, okay, now you're showing off. You know, there's some motorsport that do similar cameras to this. And what they do, NASCAR is one of them, in fact. What they do, not a word of a lie, they hire professional drone racers to operate the drone cameras. And that's one of those things you hear and you kind of chuckle at, but that actually makes quite a lot of sense. Clearly a professional drone racer knows how to run a drone quite adeptly, you would imagine. So why wouldn't you? I think the biggest thing is that we all learned that professional drone racers are a thing. They have their own drone racing leagues for that sort of thing. Their setups are wild. It looks like a Rocket League stage or something. It's lasers and all sorts of stuff. You can actually see the detail in this car, the LED strip right there that lights up the cockpit. You can see it right there on the roof roll bar there. Just an extra little detail that obviously in the night does light up. Dauber's a great drone flyer. Right? Take that. Well, I tell you what, I think I have been rejoined by Mr. Les Stevenson. He did a stint. He's back with us. Les, how'd it go?
Well, I think it's more I did a thing. But no, it went very well, actually, to be fair. Thank you, Jesse. But what have I missed out on? I mean, we're still going. We've still got an hour and a half to go. It still looks like the top 4, in fact, the top 5, it's still in the same order. I've noticed Rebound Racing have unfortunately lost the position to the Danish team, which I can't remember the name of. It's just escaped my memory.
McLeod Racing, yeah.
McLeod Racing, of course. Yes, there we go. There it is, kind of put on the screen for me. Yeah, so it looks like it's all still on go, but still no rain, I take it.
Nope, no rain. Completely clouded over earlier as well. Wind started to pick up, and as soon as we went to break, the cloud cover dissipated. It's now building again, though. I will say it was, yeah. It's quite interesting that, and you start to worry. Could it end up building more at the end of this thing? But it was a good fight. It was a good fight between McLeod and Rebound. Carlos Colladi had nearly lost it in the Casio triangle, allowing McLeod to get side by side with him. It was all just as well, as Colladi had brought the Rebound car into pit lane that time through. McLeod was in soon after that. That supports their theory that McLeod's going to have a one-stopper to the end, and potentially Rebound might need to take an additional pass-through.
Unfortunate. Well, let's see how it pans out, but if that is the case, then yeah, that is unfortunate. The beauty about endurance racing, I suppose, it's that tactical game as well as all the rest that goes with it. But yeah, no, it'd be interesting to see this one pan out. But yeah, no, it's great fighting, and it's nice to see good, clean racing, isn't it, Jesse?
Yeah, it is, and that was the main thing with De Kaiser, who was in the McLeod car at the time. Super respectful. We had, speaking of Mark Elgard, who's driving it, we had him in the box at the time, and he was talking us through what De Kaiser was doing and what he was dealing with in the car, and he was able to analyze that live for us. That was quite a treat.
That's quite cool.
For him to go back into the car at the time, I told him, I was like, selfishly, I'm keeping you here so I can get a live reaction of what's going on with your car. And very, very smart, very intelligent. He understood exactly what was going on with the machine, what the car could and couldn't do. He was able to call what was happening. Again, technically didn't make the pass, but De Kaiser just drove so well to put all that pressure on Colladi. And Colladi, it's hard to tell what the mistake was in the triangle. Was it him overthinking coming to pit road? Or was it the tires falling off the McLaren? It's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, at these temperatures, it wouldn't surprise you if it was the tyres starting to fall off. Certainly through our experience, as the temperatures rise, the tyres just start to become that horrible, not so sticky rubber anymore.
That is
More
very
like
much.
jelly.
That's very much. Kate, Mark was talking about how the BMW is notorious for sliding the tires, especially in heat, and how they've been dealing and struggling with that all race long. And just as he said that, De Kaiser slid the car into one, trying to get by Rebound at the time, and it was one of those, like, you could obviously tell they've been dealing with that. They know, and it's only going to get worse from here on out. This race will end right around midday, noon. And if it's 33 degrees now, before 11 a.m. in sim time, it's going to only get warmer. And it's only going to exacerbate that issue. At this point, for McLeod Racing, you have to argue, just keep it on the island, right?
Yeah, keep it on the straight and narrow, and hope they can keep it together for these last, what is inevitable, sort of stint and a half to go. But yeah, it's. I mean, I know the BMW is. It seems to be particularly good in a straight line. But yeah, four-wheel slides are a known thing with the BMW, especially with the higher temperatures. So I think more with the McLaren, it's more to do with the rear tyres as opposed to all four. But yeah, it's interesting to see how the two different teams and different cars cope with these temperatures. And I'm almost hoping for a sprinkle of rain right at the end, just to bring a bit more spice to the story. But let's see how it goes. But yeah, no, it's good. And I see the 146 still holding the fastest lap as well.
Sure is. Stepkowski in the 669 into the pit lane. Now, any car that pits outside of 1 hour 5 minutes to go, they have to come down pit lane. Now, they won't necessarily have to make a stop, but they will have to come down pit lane to reset the stint timer, because stint timer is only 65 minutes. The driver doesn't have to get out of the car, but they do have to trip the timing beam at the start of pit lane and roll all the way through. Now, if they stop, that's on them. That's more time loss. If they go through, then that's just it's a voluntary drive-through penalty. We see it. We've seen it in every World Tour round this year. Several teams have used that, some to great effect, in fact. They've used that offensively, but a little bit of a problem here for the 669. They have a drive-through penalty, and I can only assume that is minor speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, that doesn't appear to be anything in the reports, is there, Jesse? And yeah, it's either that or track limits, of course. Exceeding the track limits count. Yeah, that's unfortunate. This late in the race as well, to be getting that drive-through. I believe I think the 90 Ferraris on the same lap, aren't they?
No, the 90 has had issues in the time that you were gone. They sped in pit lane excessively, egregiously, 130 kilometers down the pit lane. That was an instant disqualification, but due to the RCI regulations on speeding in the pit lane, we reversed that apparently. I say apparently like I've not done that before. I've removed DQs. So that's what's happened to Coy Visto, and they sat in the pit lane for a moment. The stewarding team removed the disqualification and gave them the more apt stop and go 30.
Yeah,
they were already several laps off the pace there, but they're closer to each other than I thought. They're only about 4.5 laps off of each other.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, as you said about it, it updated, and I realised I was very wrong. But yeah, no, it's a shame to see it, and it looks like they're serving their drive-through now. But yeah, quite true. Thankfully, RCI do reset the disqualification for that incident, and then they can continue to race. And it would have been a shame to see them disqualified just for speed in the pit lane. Unfortunately, that's just the way the game, the sim works. But yeah, luckily they reversed that decision. They get the lesser of the two evils and get the stop go 30 instead. And yeah, I've just seen in chat actually, Mini Simeon saying, according to the Kaiser earlier, the tyres were a bit underinflated, which was causing the sliding, I think, in the corners.
That does definitely make sense. By the way, I appreciate the Portal references, and I learned something way after the fact about. You ever play Portal or Half-Life, Les?
Half-Life, yes.
I learned something about Portal, and I didn't learn this recently, admittedly, but I learned it way after I should have. Portal is canonically part of the Half-Life story. It exists in the Half-Life universe, the Portal thing. Apparently, TF2 also exists in the Half-Life universe. I think.
Okay.
Could be wrong about that one. But I think a lot of the Valve titles are all sort of related. We're off topic here, but this is the leader of the race, Max Shea, SPHE Motorsports. Other than the self-inflicted drive-through, it's been pretty nice, but it's going to not be nice for Warner. It's gone wrong again for your pole-sitting car. Another drive-through, another penalty for Alpha SimSport. One can only assume speeding in the pit lane or cutting the course, something of that effect. But they have been given a drive-through penalty here, much the same shade as the 669 Luna Rossa Racing a few laps ago. Either way, that is another penalty that will drop them a lap behind Matthias.
I hope they've taken the surf penalty off before coming through pit lane, because it looks like they're stopping for an actual pit stop. So I hope he's not just sat there wondering why the jacks aren't taking the car up. Oh, it was jacked up. Okay, fair enough.
It was a stint time infringement. They tried to maximize this stint, and they got a drive-through penalty for exceeding the 65-minute stint limit. Incredible. Now I wonder, well, I would love to know, Eli Poe in the 669, if you're a part of the Luna Rossa Racing team or you have contacts over there, if you could figure out, if you could ask them what happened to the 690 or the 669 rather, how they got a drive-through, because I wonder if maybe that was stint limit now is something of that effect, right, though. But ooh, big moment here. You're gonna lose it in the Dunlop curve, sliding across the track, locking it down. That is what is required by the rules. But let's see here. Just went wide here, Les.
Yeah, it went wide and got on that horrible grass stuff, which doesn't mix well with tyres, and then it hits the bumps and off it goes round. And they've obviously been listening to you, Jesse, using their reverse gear.
Yeah. So in the driver's briefing, I've been the one that has been giving the driver's briefing for the World Tour this year. And in addition to including all of the notes from events, all the notes from broadcast, and all the notes from stewards, which is a lot to go through, I also have my own personal notes. And it's this season, it's been common thread, hasn't it, Les? Use the dang reverse gear. I don't understand why you race a car that has a gear you refuse to use. It makes no sense. But joking aside, we have seen so much good usage of the reverse gear instead of what we would have seen in 2022, which was trying to spin the car around on the throttle. And
Yeah,
it's safer to reverse it. It's smarter to reverse it, and you realistically you don't lose time doing it.
No, exactly, and it's just safer, like you said, to sort of click that reverse gear back in, get it back to a point where you can then start travelling forwards in a safe manner and rejoin the track without getting in anyone else's way. But my main concern now for Warner, of course, is he just stopped for brand new tyres. He just spun and locked up those tyres. So I wonder what sort of condition they're going to be in now for the remainder of that stint. The only saving grace to that, of course, would be that they still would have to have stopped anyway. So maybe they could do a short stint, get those tyres changed, and then be on track for that sort of last magical 65 minutes to finish off the 24 hours.
It's going to be interesting to see how everybody copes. The big thing with Warner about having to do that double stop is now they are only about a lap in front of Mark Elgard and McLeod Racing. So that dropped them a further lap off of Matthias, which is not what they wanted to see, but perhaps even more dire. That got McLeod one lap closer to them. And that was probably the bigger of the two detriments there, because remember, Elgard and Dauber are on the same lap. They're on the same straight. Look, you can see Elgard just going into turn one here. So if anything else were to happen to Alpha SimSport here today, in the final hour and some change, that's going to put all three of those cars on the same lap, and that'd be absolutely shattering to go from 5th to 7th.
It certainly would, and equally, it's just probably G'd up, Rebound Racing and McLeod Racing to to really sort of push on now for this last hour and 15 to really sort of hopefully be able to catch up with Warner and his team to maybe get that fifth position. But you know, it's his team members now really need to sort of help out now, keep him calm, cool, collected, and just know that there's still a lap ahead. So there's plenty of time just to keep it consistent, safe, and just bring it home.
Timmy and asking each other, I wonder if Elgard and Dauber can catch Warner. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's a little bit too big of an ask, but Alpha Sim Sport has seemed vulnerable today. Wouldn't have called the race that they've had based on qualifying. They looked calm, cool, and in command, but immediately started falling back in race trim. Something about that Lamborghini's race trim has not flattered them here today, and they've been hanging on, to be fair. They've been as low as, I think, like 7th or 8th or at one point early on. They've climbed back inside the top 5, but that's just another issue they've had with that drive-through. It will take a mistake, in my opinion, but if Warner and Alpha Sim Sport makes a single additional mistake, I'm pretty confident Elgard and Dauber will be brought into that fight.
Oh, I've no doubt. And like I was saying before, really, this is where the guys at Alpha Sim Sport really need to sort of be on the comms with Mr. Warner and really keep him calm and you know, tell him, you know, just carry on as normal. You know, don't think about what's happened. Let's move on forward and hopefully be able to sort of, just like I said, just bring it home. I mean, this last hour and 14 as it is now, is all about just bringing the car home.
It really is. A lot of these teams are in a position now where they know what they have and they know what they're fighting for. Like Shumi Skins, for instance, in the 911. I think the winner of the beautiful car contest in a sea of beautiful cars. Oh, and it's a tap here from Steady Start into the back of was that the 296 of Nestorov? Racing each other and making contact into the hairpin. The front of that 296 Ferrari for Steady Start, all jacked up. Jerome reeling after that contact. What on earth led to that? Just outbraking yourself, surely.
Outbraking, or maybe just didn't anticipate for the McLaren to slow down as much as they did. And yeah, that's an awful lot of damage, though, isn't it, Jesse, to the front of that Ferrari for such a what seems such a small contact. But I'm also seeing now the number 91 with Buckley driving has now got a drive-through also.
Unfortunate for E1 Sim Sport, a drive-through as well, as they're all popping up. I say this because it bears repeating. As far as we're aware here in the box, none of the drive-throughs you've seen in the past hour have had anything to do with stewarding. These are all ACC assigned penalties. We know for sure one of them was a stint limit. We're pretty sure one of them was speeding in the pit lane. And I agree with Les that the 669 one could have been something to do with merging on the track or something incorrectly, because you can get track limit warnings for merging incorrectly.
Interesting. Sorry, Jesse. Just seeing the SPH Motorsports car coming into the pits. That means they're definitely gonna have to pit again. I don't know where the 134 of Tier Sim Racing Esports Iberia leaves, and whether that means they can gain a lap back because of the way that the pit stops are working, I don't know. But yeah, I didn't expect that.
They've certainly had the time to work their strategy around. You'd have to imagine. Oh, actually, no, they don't. They don't, Les. They haven't. I was going to say it is odd because they're all alone. But remember, they also had a drive-through penalty that came through. Did the 969, and that probably ruined some of their strategy when that was applied. They had 3 laps to come in, so that gave a lap back to the 134 team of Tier Sim Racing Iberia. Look how jacked up the front of that 33 is. Now that's a lot of damage for Steady Start for what appeared to be a small. I have never seen a 296 that messed up.
Me neither, Jesse, and incredibly, it's actually able to gain.
Is it a glitch? Is that a visual bug, do you wonder?
I don't. It certainly seems that way because the speed difference between the two cars, considering the amount of damage, was quite incredible. But I know he was obviously in the slipstream, so maybe that had a bit of an effect. But that's an awful lot of damage. I'm wondering if there was another incident before what we saw in the replay.
Yeah, what's interesting about that is we know they made contact. We very clearly saw them make contact, but sometimes it does get a bit overreactive to what the damage actually is. And I wonder if that's what's happened, if it's created some sort of desync, because that car, to get that damaged, you would have to run full speed head on into a wall. That is unusual.
When you look at the back of this McLaren as well, with the made contact with, there's like next to no, if any, damage at all. So it looks like a scratch to the bumper maybe. But yeah, it's quite odd. I hope for them it's just a visual glitch on our end, but that's an awful lot of damage. It's got
to be, right. Look at him. He's unless something is very wrong with the Next Level Racing 296, even worse than the Steady Start car. That's got to be some sort of desync. Simeon plugging flex tape there. Question in chat about using custom BOP. We are not in a position to use custom BOP. It is actually against the guidelines for ACC and Kunos to use the a custom BOP in the format that we race in. Kunos would not take very kindly to that. So for legal reasons, we are steering clear of custom BOP. We apologize for the inconvenience, but there is a legality with using the software the way we do. There's an agreement that we make that keeps us from being able to use a custom BOP in this format, unless it is a charity event, and in which case, can almost guarantee it, we would use custom BOP for that, and have in the past.
Yeah, and like you said, it has been used in the past, and to quite a good effect, from what I hear. But yeah, it is what it is, and we race on with what we got and use the tools that we got. Yeah, someone's also mentioned in chat there, KMZR93, saying about the lights flashing on that Ferrari. Like you said, with it going through the corners as it does, I just can't see it's got that damage. It's got to be a visual effect, and I hope for their sake it is. But yeah, the lights are flashing, and I don't think that's the driver doing that.
No, Claudia has joined us in chat saying that this particular bug happened to them in the overnight. The 41 had a huge crash and looked damaged. They had gone to pits and repaired it, the 41 that is, and it still looked damaged. Rejoining the race server itself fixed it. Yeah, the way he's keeping up, that has to be some sort of sync issue going on there. So thank you, Carlos, for that. We theorized it was something to that effect, but I've seen it also happen too, where if they tap something again, Les, it can bend itself back into shape sometimes. Quite strange.
Oh, we're also hearing about server issues as well now, from Sarah from KET Motorsports. Sounds like that.
The server browser is down, I think, is what she's trying to say. Yeah, we came into this weekend with authenticator issues for the Kuno servers. It was something that was brought up, but because everybody was able to join at the time, it had been left alone. But now we're hearing that maybe there is an authentication problem with the server browser. Now, the servers are fine. We host the servers. They're fine. Oh, and it's more contact. Was that contact that sends Nestorov into the tire bale at the beginning of pit road, completely backwards here. Helicopter cam as we come through the triangle. A better run by the Steady Start car. Trying to come to pit road was the Next Level car of Nestorov, and I saw that in split 2 in the evening hours, and we've seen it here again in the pro split. It's so difficult that's where turn signals come in handy. Well, I guarantee you it may look that damaged. It's probably not that damaged, but it is more damaged than it was.
Definitely, and unfortunately it just looks like a bit of a a mistake there, just misjudging. I think the McLaren was about to come down of Nesterov down into the pits, keeping right, and I think, I think the Ferrari just misjudged it ever so slightly, trying to come to the left and just literally brushed the back of that bumper and brought that McLaren to a spinning stop, and unfortunately also hit the entrance to pit as well. So there's also going to be some damage.
Yeah, what a crazy few laps that is. Using a turn signal fixes that because, in theory, using the turn signal fixes that because you let them know that you're going to be turning into pit lane. And, I mean, there's not a whole lot Ruling can do there. As unfortunate as that is for Nesterov, there's not a whole lot he can do. He's making the corner. He wasn't even right behind him. He was offset. He was trying to make the pass.
Yeah, I've been in their shoes, Jesse, and that's the exact reason why I always use the indicator to try and let that car behind know that I will be pulling over to the right, whether it means I'm letting them past or whether it means I'm pulling to the pits. You kind of just got to hope that they see the indicator and adjust their course accordingly. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
Look at the. Where's the blue light coming in from? What is that underneath the bonnet of the car? There's like a blue light in there, and it's just a texture. I think it's something to do with the texture. Oh yeah, it is. It's the cowling, isn't it, as well? Yeah, it sure is. That's what that was. It wasn't a blue light. It was the actual livery of the car. Well done, Steady Start, for actually painting that and not just not just phoning it in. You've actually painted the parts of the car that you're not really supposed to be able to see. So good on you. I tell you what, from a stewarding perspective, and I don't speak for all stewards, but I will say this as much. If Nesterov uses a turn signal there and Ruling hits him, it's likely a takeout penalty for Ruling. But because no turn signal or no effort was made to indicate, I think that's an NFA most of the time. I don't speak for the stewards. I'm in the broadcast booth. But I'm saying the logic is because no attempt was made to signal, I think you got to let that go because it's just a racing deal.
I don't know, Jesse. I thought I saw his arm out the window. Did you not see that?
Oh, dear. Dear.
The old-fashioned, it's arm signaling. Nothing wrong with that. But no, I have to agree with you, Jesse. It's, like you said, we're no stewards, and I've got to be honest, I'm grateful I'm not. But and I'm really grateful for the stewards that do take part and do it for us. But I couldn't do that job. But yeah, I do have to agree with you. I do think if the indicator was used, then there's really nothing that could be said other than a penalty for the Ferrari, but in the Steady Start Racing blue team. But as it happens, there was no indication, therefore it could be looked at as an NFA or a racing incident. But yeah, it's done, and we'll just have to see what the stewards come up with, if anything at all. And yeah, we digress.
Jaron Ruling continuing out there. He could pit now and make it to the end of the race. In fact, everybody can. The 545 has just come down the pit lane, and KET Motorsports can now make it to the end. They will not have to come in. So anybody coming in now is doing their final stop. We saw Bitteroff in the 969 SPH car. They came in with, what was it, Les? 17, 12 minutes, something like that?
About 12 minutes to the hour. So yeah, they are going to have to pit again. I'd say another interesting one we saw as well was the Rebound Racing 256 McLaren pitted, and I think there was still about an hour and 7 minutes to go. So it's going to be a splash and dash for those guys, or at least a drive-through.
Our chat is all over the place with theories on what's going on with that. You've started a bit of a thing with waving out the window.
Oh, panic waving, of course, yes.
Panic waving, ashing a cigarette. We don't condone smoking here at RCI TV. Or not, excuse me. We don't, no, that's right the first time. We don't condone it. We don't condemn it either. But, that would have been something, though. I'm gonna tell you something. If I saw somebody ashing a cigarette out the window, probably wouldn't want to be behind them anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stop littering. So I would probably it's just one of those. I do feel like if a turn signal was used, then you run into somebody that's negligence. If not, then how are you supposed to know? Nobody's a mind reader out there, no matter what daytime television tells you.
And no matter what Joe Dorber does say in chat, no, they were not pop-up indicators in my time. I'm not that old, thank you.
Pop-up indicators.
Yes, I don't know about American vehicles, but certainly in the UK back in the day, before my time, may I add, we did have vehicles.
He wants to make that very clear, folks at home.
Extremely clear. There were cars with indicators that were basically flags, and you'd press a button and the flag would then pop up at the side of the car to indicate.
Yeah, I was going to say they popped up out of the B pillar, as I recall, little amber lights.
Yeah, some of them weren't even lit. Some of them were just reflectors. Well, I don't even know if they were reflectors. I think they were just coloured triangles. I think some of them, but yeah, no, it was they did have pop-up indicators. Yes.
Have been told good news. I believe Joe Dauber has been rehired over at their team, so that's good. I'm trying to find the exact. I can't find it anymore, but they're. Oh yes, good news. Oh, Carlos has been unfired. Joe Dauber has told us that Carlos Kaladian, who was fired mid-race earlier on, has now been rehired. That is the most Ferrari thing I've ever heard. But congratulations on gainful employment, Carlos Kaladian.
Yeah, it's good to see him back on the team.
Yeah, it was a rough 5 minutes there where he was fired. Oh, sorry, other way. I had it right the first time. Kaladian fired Dauber. Dauber's back. Well, Dauber, congratulations on your gainful employment. I know you were sweating there for 5 minutes.
Wow. Interesting fact, Jesse. Trafficators is what the pop-up indicators used to be called.
Beg pardon? Say that again?
Trafficators.
So traffic indicators, trafficators.
Apparently so.
Yeah, you know what's insane about that? They fell out of vogue, didn't they? And with a name like that, it's hard to see why.
Yes, it really is.
Indicators do make more sense.
Yes, they do. They do. Oh.
Simeon making a Lotus reference there. I'm not touching that one. There's too many British people around that would harm me if I made fun of Lotus, so I will not do that. But you can, Simeon. You're safe at home. I'm here in the box with Les, and I don't want to get beat up. So I won't say that.
I couldn't beat up Jesse.
I'm the size of a small dog, so I guarantee you could.
With puppy dog eyes, yeah?
Aw, sometimes. Chris Warner driving the Alpha Sim sport car. It goes off the rails in the final hour. If this is your very first endurance race that you've ever seen here on RCI TV, yeah, that's about right. This is about par for the course. I'm Jesse Lee, Les Stevenson with you, Cormac behind the cameras. Chris Warner with another drive-through penalty that he has already served, I do believe, Les.
What? I totally missed that.
Unless it disappeared. Unless it disappeared.
I can't see anything.
Sorry, we were being old. That's right. I did see him come out. We were talking about being old. That's right. I recall that.
Well, you know why? That's Joe Dauber's fault. So I do apologise to everyone watching. Joe Dauber took us completely off the rails.
Joe, you're catching it from all angles today. Your own team, the broadcast team. Goodness gracious.
Yes. By the way, Jesse, I don't know if you realise, but Warner had to serve another drive-through.
What?
Yeah, seriously. It's we don't know why. Oh, do we know why? Do you know?
2 drive-through penalties in 2 hours. Nothing from the stewards, so I'm assuming one of their drive-throughs was for stint timer, right? And the second one must have been for track limits, because they wouldn't have done that twice. At least I don't think they would have done that twice. Either way, a drive-through penalty has been served, and that might make it a bit more spicy with the 41. This car, McLeod Racing Team, or MRT, as they call it internally.
Yeah, that's so that puts them. What's that? Is that now just one lap behind, or are they technically on the same lap now? I can't. I've got the deltas are wrong on mine. On my end, I'm afraid. I think they're one lap behind.
Yeah, so sometimes the deltas do go a bit wonky, to be fair, and there's not a whole lot we can do about that. What we can tell you is Nico Kumpu is now in the 256 for Rebound. And speaking of rebounding, they're now only 1.2 seconds back again. So this fight not over yet. We suspect Rebound has a pit stop to give, or at least a trip down pit lane to give to satisfy the 65-minute stint limit. But
yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, from what Joe was telling us earlier as well, it's certainly not going to be done down the straight. So it's going to be into the braking zones by the sounds of things, and so I do wonder if we're going to see the closing gap and then maybe a dive down into the hairpin. But yeah, I do think we need to keep an eye on this battle. It's a lot closer than I thought.
Oh, off the racetrack, just about there was Nico Kumpu trying to let another. Is that Kumpu? No, it's not Kumpu. That's the other McLaren. I do apologize. They both have black front ends, and that absolutely threw me until I saw the side panel of that other 720S. That is not the same car. This is Kumpu looking back at the other McLaren. Is that Yes, indeed. That's Vladimir for the Next Level Racing car. Yeah, the front end threw me there. I do apologize. That stun locked me for a moment, but I've recovered now. That car is obviously several laps down, but has a little bit more pace, does Vlad, on the cars in front because of their recent stop. You would assume Next Level has taken tires here, so they got to play this quite calmly at this point. Kumpu now having to drive out of the rear mirror just a little bit here. Not what you want to do when you're trying to chase somebody down. Reports coming in that the ACC server browser is down and rejoining is impossible for some people. That is a horrible, helpless feeling. That has nothing to do, of course, with the race server here. That is a ACC specific server browser issue.
Yeah, and I fear that I do hope it comes back online very soon. I do fear that could be down for some time. I hope not. I hope I'm wrong. But yeah, we generally find that once they're down. They can be down for 20, 30 minutes, maybe more. But fingers crossed. I don't want to sound too downbeat about it, but some of these chaps that are in the cars are going to have to stay in the cars now. There's not going to be any drive sorts, of course, unless people are already in with them, ready to rock and roll. But yeah, it's looking like we're going to have a spicy end to this race.
Joe Dauber pointing out that it seems like every weekend they're going down. I can tell you, prior to practice, in fact, I was tracking it during the driver's briefing 24 hours ago, that the server browser, or the authenticator, whatever you want to call it, for ACC was down then. And luckily, it in the time it took me to ramble on about very technical regulations and put on my tweed jacket, it had rectified itself. So let's hope that happens here again today on Sunday. But Joe's very astute. I feel like I've heard this as a common thread. It could just be how they're, whatever they're hosting it on, or however they deal with that. Could be doing something as simple as firmware updates or updates in general. And,
maybe,
reset itself. You hope it's that simple.
Well, yeah, exactly. And what we do know is they normally will get it rectified as soon as they can. It could be hopeful updates for maybe an early patch, Jesse, for that lovely track that may be coming to our PC soon.
Yeah, Nordschleife confirmed sometime next year. You would hope, at least. It's going to be a fun time. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah.
I would have bet the farm. There's one of the cars going off track, one of the McLarens there, able to rejoin without further incident. I I would have bet the farm, Les, and lost. I thought that it was a lost cause. I thought if Nordschleife got an update or it came to an AC, it would be AC2, which we know will likely go into beta next summer. And,
Yeah.
or pre-release as they call it, something like that. I thought, yeah, if we do get it, and that's exactly what I thought when the Nordschleife or the Nürburgring X account tweeted out. It's so stupid what they've done over at Jesse Lee Ramble time. It's so stupid what Elon's done over there. Do you realize what he's done? He's renamed it X, but it's still called a tweet. Are you going to say I X'd this? You're not going to say that. You tweeted it. Elon, get yourself together. Name your kid something that's not a mathematical equation, for God's sake. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, when I saw the Nürburgring account tweet out that, and they removed it, I thought they made a mistake. They were happy that it was an AC2. Then it came out that it actually is real. It's for ACC. And I would have never. I was definitely on team. It's not going to happen, Chief. And look at me now.
I know, and well, to be honest, Jesse, we were all the same. We were all the same. We all thought it was never coming. When I heard that the SRO had got the rights for the Nürburgring 24-hour series, it was exciting times. Thinking, oh, I wonder if if a set course competizione would be beneficial of that track within the game, but. It certainly looks, and well, we've been told, hasn't it? It's been made official that it is definitely coming our way. It's just hopeful. I just hope it comes before Christmas, but it sounds like it's going to be coming in the spring next year.
Yeah. By the way, I figured out earlier why I thought it was coming in late spring or early summer, because somebody mentioned that the beta or the alpha or the whatever it is, the pre-release for AC2 was pushed back because of the Nordschleife update to ACC. And they moved back the AC2 thing till midsummer. And in my head, that to me means that the Nordschleife is coming out in the spring. Now, whether or not that's true, who knows? But
yeah,
that makes sense in my head. But just because it makes sense in my head, it doesn't mean anything. Notorious for my bad maths. Nico Kumpu trying their very best to keep tabs on Mark Elgaard, but it's going the wrong way. It was 1.3 seconds a few laps ago, 2.3 seconds now. Probably not helped by the next level car, who is somewhat patiently driving right behind them. You'd have to wonder, is there something to be gained by Nico just letting Vladimir through? And in fact, I think that is what sort of happened there, though Kumpu did get sideways in the hairpin.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, really, losing a bit more time with the loss of traction, but I do wonder if Elgaard was sort of maybe taking it a little bit easy, trying to bring it home, and then not realising just how quickly Nico was closing the gap. But I mean, Nico did have a bit of traffic to get through as well, but yeah, it does look like Elgaard's sort of keeping the gap nice and sweet at the moment for them. In fact, he increasing it by the looks of it as well. But yeah, I mean, there's still 47 minutes to go, so you never know. Nico might be just keeping those tyres in check for the final push. But I do believe though they've still got a drive through at least, if not a splash and dash to go. So maybe this might be something over nothing. But fingers crossed it's not. Fingers crossed I'm wrong. But someone in chat saying P3 only 20 seconds behind P2, 23 hours in. Yeah, that is impressive, I must say. I do think it's actually smaller than that now.
Yeah, it was 18 seconds when I saw that comment. Very astute, by the way. It was 18 seconds. It's down to 16 and a half. That gap is coming down to a rate of about a second a lap.
Yeah, I mean, Diaz behind the wheel now as well. So we all know that they're quick in that Audi. So let's see if they can keep within the track limits. Keep it all in one go and see if they can close it down even further, and maybe P2 might be on the cards.
Friend of mine, Phil, in chat saying, asking me if I remember 23 hours of rain at the Nürburgring. I've locked those memories in the back of my mind. They can't hurt me anymore. But I have no idea where I would have even came in that race. But I remember a lot of bad ideas that we had back in the day. 20 the Rainberg ring was definitely one of those.
The Rainberg ring. What a title.
Oh man, we expected it to be passing showers, and it rained for a day straight.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
boy, let me tell you, it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I remember taking part in the Monza 24-hour one-off, and we did particularly well in that. We had a few issues with regards to disconnects, unfortunately, but yeah, I remember it was we worked quite well actually, because as a team we knew who was stronger in the dry and who was stronger in the wet, and the conditions were so mixed. It seemed to be every sort of other hour was a different condition, and yeah, it just really worked quite well. And like I said, unfortunately, we did have a few issues, but that was a hell of a race. And the rain does bring a different entity to that entire 24-hour race. We've only had a splash of rain here today, but yeah, it definitely changes things, and it brings the strengths out in some of the teams and the weaknesses out in others.
Joe Dauber confirming that I am not insane in fabricating my own narrative, has found the press release to say that it was the 2024 ACC season pack is scheduled to be launched in spring. Joe, I appreciate that for no other reason other than my own sanity. Thank you so much, and don't worry about the link or anything. It's fine. But yeah, that definitely helps my sanity, because there was a minute there I was sitting there thinking, did I just fabricate this out of nowhere? Am I going insane? 44 minutes left in the 24 hours of Suzuka. It's SPH Motorsports to lose, and they would have to do some losing. They're the better part of 2 laps ahead. Plaza in the 134 is in second place, but are they safe? That is the question for the 134 of Tier Sim Racing Iberia, mostly because of this car. Alejandro Diaz for Odox Motorsports, the 121 is coming. Another second taken out of that gap in the last lap and a half. It's down to 15 seconds. It was 20, it was 18, 16, now 15 seconds. You wouldn't have to be a mathematician to figure this out. At this rate, yes, he would catch him.
Yeah, and it's not going to be long either, is it? I mean, at this rate, it's going to be within the next sort of 10 laps, maybe more. But yeah, there's still plenty of laps to come, so it could be on for a real tight battle here. It could be, of course, that the 134 is just taking it a little bit steady at the moment, knowing they've got that gap, got that cushion. But I'm hoping they're realising just how quickly the 121 is catching them.
This is going to be interesting. I don't have particularly good data, and I do apologize for this, on who can make it and who cannot make it. So let's suspend disbelief, assume everybody is on the level pegging. We know that's not true, but let's assume that they are. And let's hope it's a good finish to the end. 24 hours in the making. Kumpu, by the way, is 4.2 seconds behind Elgard. They're on the same lap. That's 6th and 7th place. 10th and 11th, Christian Lindgren and Kesson Gina are also on the same lap, albeit the better part of a quarter to a half a lap apart from each other. Everybody else is on a lap unto themselves. The 224 has had their issues with penalties. Alpha Sim Sport. It's going to be interesting to hear what Warner and company think about this race after being on pole, and it was looking good in qualifying, but when the race started, they've just not been able to compete at quite the level as some of the other cars. And I'm curious if they feel it's bittersweet. Top 5, yeah, that's really good, and that's nothing to be upset over. But considering, maybe what it could have been, as the 146 is in the pit lane. 146 car, N&M Competition, in the pit lane with 41.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Corbin brings it down into the box, and let's see if it's a driver swap, or if it's. I mean, they're going to stay with the same tyres. They're going to change new tyres, change the driver. Let's see what happens. But yeah, they're in the pit lane, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's quite a few cars coming in now. There's quite a few cars coming in.
Sure is. Zaza, who Zaza was the one that did the quads or the quintuple stint, I'm pretty sure. Claudio Zaza early in the race, part of that two-man effort for Zaza Racing. As soon as we came off air last eve, his teammate Anderson did get in the 712. I don't know how long Anderson drove that car, but I assume significantly. Zaza just a ridiculous quintuple stint. 5 hours straight in the car. Les, how much would I have to pay you to drive 5 hours straight in a 24?
Absolutely nothing, because I do it for the love.
Man after my own heart.
I've done it before. I did it in the last 24 hour. I did that through the night stint. Unfortunately, no one else was available, so I took one for the team and had to do that. But that was at Spa, I believe. Most enjoyable. I had toilet facilities close by, so we were okay. And I planned in the brake pad change as well, so we had a bit extra in the pits to run off to the loo.
My goodness, I think my days of super stinting are over. I just don't know. I haven't done it in so long. I can do a double, maybe a triple, right? I mean, heck, I did a double this year in the 24 of Spa that we did, but I just don't think I could do quite that long. The Shumi Skins car does not want to be involved in a last-minute incident here. That was not the 911 overrunning the corner. That Casangina did not. Yeah, that was deliberate. He decided to just give all the room in the world to Jean-Sebastian, or Jean-Sebastian gave all the room in the world to Mathis there to just get out of Dodge. You talk about a car that knows sort of where they are, that's omnipresent, and I mean, at the end of the day, do you really want to scuff up that paint job?
No, exactly. And it
on
was,
either of these cars?
No, exactly. But no, sensible racing. That's what that was. Experience and sensible racing came in, and they got out of the way. They didn't want to be involved, like you said, and equally they don't want to create any havoc for their own race. Let's get it home. 38 minutes to go, Jesse.
Indeed, I'm enjoying the Niki Lauda chat. The Niki Lauda chat back and forth that's going on right now. I also appreciate you censoring yourself so that YouTube doesn't have an aneurysm. But beyond that, yeah, Niki Lauda, different breed of human being. There was a time where he was just about the toughest human being in the world. Just incredible stories of F1. Sad to see where F1 is today, where everybody is. I mean, everybody's always in F1's always been a prima donna, but they used to have to back it up in the day. You know what I mean? Nicky getting back into the car and driving with half his face melted.
Yeah. No, it's totally different nowadays.
Nowadays, we're complaining about, having a slice on our finger and not being able to grip the wheel. I mean, what happened? James Hunt won a championship with a shifter going through his palm. Come on. Yeah. Come on, people. Bindle in the number 90 has received a drive-through penalty, further annoying that team today. I'm not laughing at them, the E1 SimSport car, but that has been the tail of their race. 15 laps down, they've had disconnects, they've had issues speeding in the pit lane. All of these things has happened to this car, but you know what's important? They're going to try and finish this race. And we started with 23 cars in the top split. Looking like there's going to be 17, and I don't think they're going to stop here. Bernard Bindle doing their bit for the team, trying to get it to the line. We saw Dieter Santon in the car and Koivisto. I don't think I saw Cox or Ruben Assheim today. I wonder if it was a three-man drive today, or maybe the other drivers just did the night stint when we weren't here. But otherwise, Spirit of the Race Award potentially to the number 90 E1 SimSport car.
Yeah, and Jesse, I'm just reading in the stewards reports, actually, there was a decision made on the incident with the 296 and the 33 where they were coming into what looked like they were coming into pit lane. And unfortunately, the 33 spanned the 296. They're saying there that obviously there's no time to react as they're on the racing line, therefore no further action.
That is very interesting. Did we see that? Oh yeah, we did see that. In fact, we did see that.
Yeah, it was
That was in the,
ruling.
it was in the hairpin.
Yes. No. It's at the entrance to the pits. Just after that last chicane.
Oh
yeah.
yes, you are correct. That is right. So yeah, so we, again, not a steward, so I was just taking a guess at it. I was being a commentator with that take, but turns out that's exactly what they've also found as well. And I stand by my statement. If there'd have been a turn signal used, that would have been a takeout.
If they'd used that, waving the arm at the car.
Yeah,
or the pop-up signal.
any form of that. I've seen one of the most ridiculous signs of I'm pitting ever is in stock car racing and even sports car racing. You can wiggle the car in front of somebody as an indicator that you're going to pit lane. Jerking the car back and forth, wiggling it in an unnatural manner is a telltale sign of I'm going to pit lane. I reckon even if that happened, that would have been a bit of a signal. But yeah, that's the difference so far. 11 seconds, by the way. Diaz to Plaza.
This is getting spicy. It's getting interesting, and it's the time's just coming down, lap after lap after lap. Down. Oh, look at that! Just under the 11 seconds mark now, and yeah, it's looking good. It's looking good to the end actually, and let's see what happens though in regards to pit stops. Whether they've got to do a splash and dash or a drive-through to reset that stint timer. We're not I'm privileged, I'm afraid, to know where the stint timers are at, but yeah, it will be interesting.
You know what? Cormac can tell us when the last stop for the 134 and the 121 is. That would be beneficial, and that would tell us where'st they actually are in relative to themselves, because it doesn't matter for any other car. It just matters for those two cars to tell where'st they are.
I think he may be on it, Jesse. I can hear some grunting in the background.
So the 134 came in 10 laps earlier than the 121. The 134 pitted last lap 650 something, and the other one, the 121, Odox, was in at 160 something. So doing the math here, I don't think Odox has to come in. It might be close with the 134 of tier, but I think they might get away with it here.
It's going to be close. In all honesty. Oh, and I think I might have a connection issue there.
The server browser's breaking, the Discord, everything's breaking here in the final hour. Do bear with us, of course. Ash Bibby, oh dear, this is horrible news. Jesse, my wife says she can't do anything in life anymore without hearing your voice. Her words, not mine. Jesse's narrating my life right now. I do apologize for that. I have a similar thing with my partner in Kevin Boss. Every time she comes home from work, I'm watching a Kevin Boss stream. Might as well be married to Kevin Boss at this point. It does happen like that. My apologies to Mrs. Bibby. There's nothing I can do. It's really Ash's fault, to be fair. Even takes me in when he goes horizontal. Don't know how I feel about that personally.
I don't know how to react to that either.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Ash. You've really put me off with that statement. But I would say the 121 is now only 8.5 seconds behind the 134. This is going to be close. It's close.
He's going to get there, right, Les? If he keeps this up, he's going to get there. But the question will be, around Suzuka, because it's such a flowing racetrack, it's hard to make passes. Will he get a run, and how aggressive will he be at the end of a 24? You'd imagine somewhat aggressive, but 8.5 seconds, he's still tracking to catch him. Assuming neither car has to pit, or even if both cars have to pit, it's irrelevant. There is about a 10-lap gap between the two of them, though. The first car we would see come in would be the tier Sim Racing 134. If they come in, then we kind of will know if the 121 has to come in. I think, it's going to be so close, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Simeon's asking if whamst is a word. Of course whamst is a word. I wouldn't use fake English here on this channel. We're a dictionary, if nothing else, here at RCI TV. Whamst is definitely a word, and I'm surprised nobody knows what that's from.
I'm going to hold my hands up, Jesse, and be one of those. I don't know.
Whamst is, it's definitely a word that you can look up on the internet and figure out immediately where it comes from. It's safe for work, by the way, in case anyone's. it's not anything derogatory or dirty. It's fine. You can look it up.
It's safe for work.
Yeah, it's safe for work.
Yeah.
Whamst is not a real word, but we could use it as one. And if Murray Walker taught me anything, knowing English is not necessary to do commentary. I mean that with all the love and respect in the world, by the way. Murray Walker, an absolute legend. Murray Walker once famously said, "If I know anything at all, it's that I know nothing."
Well,
and if I'm not mistaken, and I am mistaken. Another Murrayism.
Well, yeah. Well, there we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse's vocabulary is definitely far.
Les, I do
mine.
apologize. I'm screwing you up, and I'm sorry. I'm on that 7 a.m. East Coast. I woke up at 2 a.m. vibe, and it's a little different, right? It's a little different.
It's very different. But yeah, no. It's just looking at these times. It's just stabilised slightly with the 121 now, but I'm wondering if maybe cook the tyres a bit, trying to push a bit hard to close this gap. But yeah, it's I mean, we're half an hour still to go. There's still plenty of time to close that gap up more. But Whamst, eh? Okay, I need to look at
Whamst. Yeah. It's a for anyone wondering, you don't want to look it up. It's a YouTuber who created a word, and it's a contraction that isn't real. It doesn't make any sense. But if I said whamst, you would know exactly what I'm talking about, despite the fact of not being a real word. Oh my goodness, the bibbies have invaded the chat. I guess I do say ash with ash. Ash. I'm gonna need a 10-second lesson on drift. Ash.
Which one's missing?
I suppose. Allison is Ash's partner.
Of course. Yes, I just saw that. Sorry, I was scrolling through.
I
Sorry,
suppose
Allison.
British people pronounce it Osh.
No, definitely not.
Well, if you're
unless he's being an arse.
Okay. Oh. well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes. We have somebody who has picked up on what it is. I didn't know who Badger was until Cormac introduced me to them, and yeah, there's a lot of Badgerisms on that YouTube channel.
It was a Russian badger. Okay.
It is. Yep. Russian Badger, who's not Russian, he's American. I think he was a Marine, in fact, at one point in his life, or something like that. Funny guy. Makes up his own words.
Okay. Yeah. I've been known to do that. I won't say what they're called. But yeah. Down to 7.7 seconds now.
7.7 seconds. Bad news out of split 2. The wheelie slow entry has had an issue. Now we had the Queen of Kvetch in here earlier, Sarah Stant, who over the night portion or late last evening had an issue with their wheel where they had to reset their drivers and then reconnect to the server. It appears one of the drivers for wheelie slow team in split 2 has had the similar issue. The only problem with that is when they went to reconnect, the server browser wasn't there, of course, because it is experiencing issues on Kuno's side. Anybody that's connected to a server, it's fine. The server's fine. It's just the server population list, the browser, if you will, is the issue. So that has not gone well for Wheelie Slow for what has been a very trying up and down race for them. The emotional roller coaster, if it were, for the 31 over in split 2.
Yeah, and it's such a shame because obviously they qualified so well. I think I'm pretty certain they qualified in 4th. But yeah, quite early on in the race, dropped back down to at least P6 that I saw, and as the race has gone on, it just seems to have just fallen away from them. But yeah, that's quite unfortunate.
Boy, that
Great angle.
I don't know if that was a trick from the camera or if that was really that close, but Alejandro Diaz not screwing around here. Pardon my language on a Sunday, but he is hauling the mail. Okay, he went in there with authority. The McLaren got out of the way. I think that's Next Level Racing, still it is. And Diaz not messing around here, realizing time's running out. He's got to continue the pace if he wants to catch. It's 7 seconds. He's catching at a slower rate now, and this is not what they need. They need to keep up the pace. As it stands right now, they can still catch P2, but they're going to have to shake a leg.
They certainly can. And there's been some more update, I'm afraid, Jesse, in the chat. It seems that you've now created a domestic within the Bibby household. As we watch on to see the 121 desperately try and catch up with the 134, and Alejandro's certainly on a mission. And that great camera shot as well. It did really make it look a lot more dramatic than what it turned out to be. But he's certainly pushing hard, and down, oh, look at that! It's down below 7 seconds now as we go into turn 1 and into that sweeping turn 2, off into the S's. This is one of the favourite bits of the track, I must say. Along with the 130R, it's got to be what this track's renowned for. Not forgetting, of course, the famous spoon curve, which seems to elude my talent pretty much every lap. But yeah, no, it's a great shot this as well, as we see him now come around the Dunlop curve off to the Degners.
Really good angle here. Shows you the speed and how the track looks smooth, but it's really not. It's bumpy. There's no divots obviously in it, but it's just it's. I mean, no road really. No racetrack is really perfectly glass smooth, and if it is, it's quite boring. I enjoy a track with character. Suzuka, quite an old racing circuit. It's been reconfigured over the years, and it's obviously been repaved, and they race pretty much anything here. It doesn't matter if it's Super GT, Intercontinental GT, Super Bikes, you name it, they will race it here. Very unique, especially for its FIA grade. It's, as far as I can tell, the only figure of 8 F1 track that has ever existed, technically. Actually, no, that's probably not true. The Detroit track, I think, back in the day, that they only ran a few years. Was that a figure of 8? I can't remember. Either way, very unique layout, figure of 8 design, and quite a nice track. And some people loathe this racetrack. I have always enjoyed Suzuka. Suzuka would definitely be in my top 5 racetracks in general. So just got a lot of character and a lot of great races here in the past, surely to say. A lot of great tracks in Japan in general. Obviously, Fuji, fantastic circuit on its own right. Sugo, love that track as well. Okayama, another great one. The list goes on. Diaz, though, marching on. 6.3 seconds. Took the better part of a second out of them that lap. That is the pace that they need to keep up. If they are trying to catch, they're definitely trying, but if they want to catch the 134, 10 laps of pit difference between the two of them. The 134, if they have to pit, would be the car we expect in first for Tier Sim Racing. But we're getting to the sharp end. What is going to happen here between the two? Only time's going to tell who's going to blink first. Is it a pit stop required? Or are they good to go? Is it going to be a straight up fight? SPH leading the race. Go on.
Oh, sorry, Jesse. I was just going to say we've got Malk in chat saying the servers are now back online. It may be a little bit too late for some. But yeah, no, we've got an interesting battle really sort of commencing really, and people asking about the pit stops. So Carlos has now kindly replied to Simeon there. We're saying the 256 does need to pit again. So the theory is correct. So
they technically don't need to pit; they just need to roll through pit lane. But obviously, that the damage would be done serving a drive-through essentially.
Yeah, assuming they've got enough fuel, of course.
Right, of course. That's also a possibility. Different burn rates for different cars. You can't really know. It's very possible they would also need a splash. But yeah, that battle between the two of them, it hasn't come to pass. A further 2 seconds has been gained by, I guess technically gained by Elgard as Nico Kumpu unable to keep pace with McLeod. Rebound, unfortunately, looking like they'll have to settle for 7th place here. Didn't seem too upset about it, to be fair. Just happened to be fighting in the final couple of hours. That's all you can really ask for. A pit stop for a Rebound in the 256 McLaren doesn't hurt them. They have 6 laps back to Dixon Chin in the 91 car, one of the E1 SimSport entries, of which there are 2, of course, in split number 1. By the way, Ash, I just want to point out, you called your partner a waitress once, so don't put this on me. Also, I'm now doing family counseling. Apparently, I'm a family counselor.
Well, I mean, there's many things I've heard you call, Jesse. A family counselor is a new one for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, man of many talents.
Carlos Claudian saying that they're changing brakes next pit stop, and I think he is full of it.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one. I mean, there is
it's getting deep in here, Carlos, and it smells of you.
But yeah, interesting, actually. I do wonder how many teams have changed brakes.
I would imagine all of them. With the heat?
I would have thought so, but I don't know. There's this... I know of some teams that won't select the brakes unless they absolutely have to. Other teams like ours that we do tend to use it as more of a strategic stopping procedure to allow someone a bit more time maybe to nip off somewhere. But yeah, I mean, certainly in all the 24s I've done, and I've done a few now. I don't think we've had a single manufactured car that doesn't require brakes changed, no matter what the track has been. So yeah, I doubt there's anyone that hasn't changed brakes, but of course I could be wrong.
I will say I was on the call for the 24 Spa, the SRO virtual 24 Spa, and the factory Lamborghini team, Automobili Lamborghini, told us in confidence that they were not changing brakes in the 24, that they had the pace and the ability to nurture the brakes for 24 hours without having to do that lengthy brake change, and that would save them half a lap throughout the course of the race, and it was worth it to not change them. I thought it was the craziest thing I had ever heard, and had an actual engineer not told me that, yeah, that's absolutely right. The setup allows that. I wouldn't have ever thought. Everybody else changed the brakes, and you know what? They were right. The Lamborghini team, the official one anyway, didn't have to change brakes for that 24 hours. It was absolutely incredible. I don't think that's viable most of the time, and especially with the way this race has been, as hot as it's been, and the way this race has been ran. Spa, very different track to Suzuka. I would probably argue more hard braking zones here at Suzuka as well.
Yeah, and I think it requires a lot more of all 4 brakes being used, if that makes sense. The brake balance is a lot more even in most cars around this configuration, but compared to Spa, of course. But yeah, anyway, it's that's interesting. You know, especially around Spa. I'm shocked that the Lambo could do that. That's a new one for me. In 24 hours anyway.
I thought it was the wildest thing I had heard. I said, if you go back and watch that SRO broadcast on GT World, I said, that can't be possible, can it? Really?
Yeah.
And they made me look like a fool. They were absolutely right. Carlos Plaza for Tier Sim Racing Esport brings the number 2 car into the pit lane. They have had to make a stop here in the race. Now, the question becomes, It is a drive-through, yeah. So they have the fuel, they have the tire. They only need to reset their stint. That's all this is. This Lamborghini can make it to the end for Tier Sim Racing. Diaz in the 121 continued on. Their last stop was 10 laps after that. 15 minutes is not 10 laps because you're doing a 2-minute lap around here. I don't think Diaz in the 121, I do not think they'll have to pit.
No, I have to agree. It's it doesn't look that way. I mean, I do wonder now if the reason they were catching so quickly is the 134 was maybe in a bit of a fuel saving mode, or maybe just trying to keep the tyres in check for that extra long stint on those tyres. I don't know, but yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I honestly thought they were going to go to the end.
I thought it would. Well, my math's really bad. I thought it was going to be a bit closer than that. I thought it was going to be inside 10 minutes, and it might have been. To be fair, they might have cut their losses and coming now, just in general, because it doesn't matter when you do it.
No.
There's no reason to run up to the end of the stint and maybe have an even bigger issue. So they may have cut it a bit short, but even still now, there's no reason Odox. I can't imagine Odox will have to come in unless they need fuel or something like that. We saw Alpha Sim Sport come down, and they did stop the 224. Nothing to lose there, and it will.
Sorry, Jess. I just see Joe's put in the chat. Wonder if he's now going for the Alpha Sim Sport. He's now going for the fastest lap. Take the tyres. They got the opportunity to be able to pit and not lose out on any position. So why not?
Nico Kumpu's in. We knew this car was going to have to. I don't expect them to stop. I believe this just to be a pass-through for Kumpu and Rebound Racing. Looks like it is. They've not turned in at any point. Carlos Caladia, correct in chat. He did the fake because Are you listening to me, Nico? Get out of my head. Anyway, I think he did a little bit of a fake there for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Unless he's messing with us here in the booth. I have no explanation of why he did that. Beyond that, if you are listening, very, very funny you. Carlos Caladian's correct. It is a 45 seconds additional stop to do a brake change, which is quite quick. Talked about that during the 24 of Spa as well. About how that's a really rapid brake change. I would have reckoned 90 seconds minimum, but in ACC it's a 45 second change. Though I suppose at GT's brakes, you just pop the whole assembly off and put a new one on. So maybe 45 seconds does make sense. So that's 45 seconds in addition to your regular stint, as explained. Very nicely put by Carlos in the chat. That's a man who's done his fair share of brake changes in the past. I think Joe's onto something, though. I think he is going for quick lap in Warner's case for Alpha Sim Sport because, again, nothing else to lose, nothing to lose at all. So go for it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Why not? I mean, without the business end, as they call it, of the race now, they had nothing to lose by coming in and pitting for tyres. You know, little amount of fuel, some decent, nice, fresh tyres. Let's go for got an optimum track. Let's go for the fastest lap. And I believe there's points for fastest lap, isn't there, Jesse?
There are indeed. You get championship points for pole position and fastest lap. There's no bonus points or double points. None of that. No shenanigans here in this race.
No bonus points. Not even for the best livery.
You get bonus points with us here in the booth. You can exchange those for Les Stevens coins, if you like.
Yeah.
Microtransactions and all that.
Mm-hmm.
NFT free RCI TV. That rhymed and I didn't mean to. We are joined, invaded, more like, by the Swedes that have joined us. Sim Brothers are with us, and I believe we have Benez Rodriguez with us.
Yes, hello guys.
Yeah, let's go. All right. Well, talk us through your race in the 137. You've been interesting to watch for the majority of this race, but how's it been from your perspective in that red McLaren?
Well, it's been a good race. We started P13. We managed to work ourselves up and have good pace in the start, so it was fun. Unfortunately, during the morning now, we had an incident with car 146, So we dropped, because of damage, we've dropped a little bit. So we're now running in P10, but it's been a great race. It's been fun. The car's been stable and everything, so it's been nice actually.
So you've had fun. Is that just your sentiment, or has the team enjoyed this 24?
No, we all have enjoyed it, but we all are pretty tired as well. It took a lot of energy driving a 24-hour race. I think I did my last stint at 4 in the morning, and I think I went to bed at like 5. And then my phone started ringing at 10, and I didn't really get to sleep. So there's been not much sleep, so I'm pretty tired, and I'm just waiting for the race to end, so to get to bed and call it a night or call it a day.
How many drivers did you have in total? I know you're a stacked Swedish team, but I never saw Roland. I don't think got into the car, right? And I didn't see Shelgren anywhere. I know Liveries did a lot of the opening stint, but how many drivers did you end up having?
Oh, we are 5 drivers. We are 5 drivers. Because we're actually 3 teams, not 3 cars, but we didn't have enough drivers for all 3. So
right.
we
consolidated.
Yeah, so we put everyone into the McLaren, everyone who's gonna drive. So we are 5 drivers, and it's me, Björn Valerius, Christian Lindgren, Roland, and Niklas.
How did you make that decision as a team to go with the 137? Because obviously the car you're in is the one that gets the points. Was the 137 the furthest up in the standings? Is that how you made that choice?
Well, at the beginning of the season, we were thinking that the 137 was gonna be a little more of a more serious car, but we unfortunately had some unfortunate races in the beginning. Disconnect in the first race, second race I think something happened as well, or we had issues. So so it's going up and down. But since we were most drivers in the McLaren that wanted to race, so we just said the other ones just jump in.
I want to talk about you a little bit. Whether you realize it or not, you made a little bit of a name for yourself around RCI. Menez Rodriguez is one of those drivers, one of those names you have to. I tell you what, buddy, you're one of the guys I wouldn't want to have to race against because I know I would lose. You sort of carved out your own little legacy recently.
Well, it's good to hear. It's extremely fun to be doing sim racing, especially because there's no fun to do it in real life. So it's nice to live out the dream during the virtual world and actually making a name for myself. It's actually fun. So it feels nice.
I know you do well. It doesn't really seem to matter what series it is. You're one of the guys that I expect to see on the roster, and the couple of times that I don't see you up where you are, I feel like I can safely assume something's gone awry. But is this your first 24 that you've done?
This is actually my second one. I did one 24-hour race before for like a year or 2 years ago. It was at Spa. With another team. It was at the beginning of my ACC career.
Okay.
That's the only time I did one 24-hour race. So this is my second one.
Alejandro Diaz has brought the Odox Motorsport car, I think, down pit lane, unless I missed something
Correct.
else.
Correct,
and
yeah.
that has dropped them down to 3rd place. The question will be, how far behind are they to Plaza Forum Tier Sim Racing? I am quite curious. It's 2.7 seconds there. You got to get the tires back up to temp and pressure for Odox Motorsports inside the final 7 minutes. It's still doable. They're as close as they've ever been. I suspect neither car could have made it to the end without doing a pass-through down pit lane. It was a bit more dire for Tier, but it turns out neither car could make it, which is even better for us because we're hopefully going to see a battle. SPH Motorsport in the pit lane, the 969. This is looking like an actual stop here for this team, but that will not, again, impact them in any way. They should have a full 1-lap lead. We're talking with Menez Rodriguez from Sim Brothers Racing, the 137 car. What do you think about your fellow teammates? I mean, you're all Swedish. You come out here and I gotta say, you're one of the teams that not only people look for, but they look to beat now, the Sim Brothers, because they know they're going to have to race you.
Yeah, it feels good. We're all pretty hyped. We all love racing, so we come in with this great energy into these championships, and I just have a great time. And we always look forward to battling and racing people. For example, this race we had during the night stint, we had car 41 and 256 close to us. So we started having some banter with them, and it was great fun. Just having that competitive instinct, it feels nice.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad you've had a successful 24 hours, or just shy of 24 hours so far, and it looks like it's a P10 for you guys. But what were you sort of initially hoping for when you entered the 24 hours?
Can you repeat the question?
What sort of position were you hoping for? Was a P10 on the cards in the first place, or were you hoping for higher?
No, I think we were hoping for top 10. Like we did start P13, so we did have to climb up. And during the nights when we saw that we were P7, we were hoping for P7, P6, somewhere there. But yeah, unfortunately, like I said, we came into contact with 146 and had an incident there. That dropped us back a lap. But otherwise, we're actually really happy with the top 10. It's a strong finish. Bjorn, Valerius, and Roland, it's their first 24-hour race as well. So we're newbies. We're fresh meat, basically.
Yeah.
So it feels nice. It's a good accomplishment.
Yeah, top 10 for any team, I think, is a great achievement. I mean, just to finish the 24 hours sometimes is an achievement for a lot of teams. But yeah, to be in the top 10 is a great achievement. And just got one other question, actually, if you don't mind. And we were talking earlier on about brakes and a lot of teams changing the brakes during the 24 hours. I just wondered, how did you guys approach that? Did you change your brakes? Did you not change your brakes? How did you plan it into your race?
Yeah, we changed our brakes. We went pretty basic, and we just said, well, let's change them halfway, because we were unsure how long the brakes lasted. So we thought about like, in 12 hours, they may just last 12 hours, so we'll change them by then. So at basically at the 12-hour mark, 12:40, I think it was 12:40, 12 hours and 40 minutes left of the race. That's when we changed brakes, and started wondering if we changed them too early. But then we saw that we started gaining a lot of time on the other drivers, so we felt that it was a good choice.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and that's certainly something that my team and I do ourselves. We try and aim for the halfway mark, somewhere around there, and you got good brakes for both sides of that 24 hours. But no, thank you very much for answering the questions, and it's great to see that the team that have done so well with that P10.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you guys for hosting these championships. It's great fun being a part of it.
No worries, mate. Yeah, that's what we're all about. This RCI community is one of the best communities, if not the best community, to be part of and race with. So, no, thanks for your kind words, and you better get back to your team before the race finishes.
Yeah, I will. Have a good rest of the day, and hope to see you guys again.
No, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Minez Rodriguez, one of the drivers that runs weekly series, and one of the guys that a lot of the Swedish drivers from the Sim Brothers team, they all have one thing in common. Well, obviously they're Swedish, but they race you hard, they race you fair. And I've seen that out of Kjellgren, I've seen that out of Rodriguez, Nicholas Nordquist, Christian Lindgren. I mean, the list goes on. Valerius in the endurance races has been an absolute treat to watch as well. Just everybody on that team is incredible, incredibly talented. If some things would have went a little bit better, who knows? But it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Les. It's the basics of sim racing. It's the camaraderie. It's the it's the companionship, and it's just about going out there trying to get the best you can get. Speaking of that, big battle going on the racetrack. No, and I'm not talking about Diaz catching Plaza, though that might prove just ever so slightly out of reach. It's this battle right here. They are fighting for the quickest lap. Warner for Alpha Sim Sport came down pit lane, put new tires on, probably had low fuel to begin with, went out there and took the quickest lap of the race inside the final 10 minutes of the race. Shea brought the SPH Motorsport car into the pit lane and immediately responded to that. That was not a pit stop out of necessity now. That much is obvious. That was a pit stop out of defense. Defense of the points for the fastest lap. When you have a lap or so lead on the field, that's the kind of thing you can afford. And now, Max Shea, the quickest driver in the quickest car on the racetrack as we enter the 700th lap.
Yeah, that's quite incredible, really, and you know, fair play to them. You know, really trying to make a statement. You know, not only are we going to win this race, but we're gonna make sure we have the fastest lap as well. Really rub salt into the wounds of many, but no, it's great. It's great to see that, you know, they're willing still to put their race sort of victory on the line, really, to really push hard and get that fastest lap. But it just goes to prove, you know, so, you know, even though it's only I don't know exactly how many points it is for the fastest lap, Jesse, so please tell me if you do know.
I believe it's like 3.
Okay, so for 3 points extra, you know, they feel the need to do that. That's fair enough, and, you know, fair play to them. But yeah, it's quite an interesting battle, not only for P2, but also for the fast lap as they cross the line for the finish and the win.
Max Shea is going to take the SPH Motorsports car to the checkered flag of the RCI 24 Hours of Suzuka. They didn't qualify on pole. They didn't need to. They had the race pace, they had the car, and they had the strategy. Congratulations to everybody on that team. Bitteroff, Gutman, Rule, and Shea on a job well done in one of the most dominating races I've seen in quite some time. And, Les, in a car that nobody that entered an Audi today thought was going to be the car to beat, especially in the heat we had. What an excellent performance.
No, it really is. And, you know, the Audi is proven to be quite a difficult car nowadays to be fast in. But fair play. Like you said, at the beginning, everyone doubted whether the Audi could be competitive, and to have both of them in this race in the top 3 is quite impressive.
Well, it will be about another half a lap before we see our second place finishers. We just talked to Minez Rodriguez from Sim Brothers. They will come across the line and finish inside the top 10. A decent day, all things considered. McLeod Racing will come home in 6th place. That fight that came down to the last hour settled based on pit strategy. Elgard will bring McLeod home in 6th place. Nico Kumpu will be along shortly. 4th place, Corvin for N&M Competition. That Ferrari home in 4th place. A job well done there as well. Ryan Anderson brings home the Zaza car. Carlos Plaza brings home Tier Sim Racing Esports 134. A strategy well executed and well defended in the closing moments. That is a well-placed P2 for the Lamborghini. 3rd place in the final car across the line, Alejandro Diaz in the 121 for Odox Motorsport. And what a race it was for them. Gave it everything in that last lap, by the way. Was within a second and a half thereabout. It was giving it everything. Ended up losing a little bit. Ended up 4+ seconds behind. Here are your results of the 24 Hours of Suzuka for the 2023 World Tour. It goes the way of SPH Motorsports, and what a race it was by those 4 drivers in the Audi today. Absolutely well-deserved, but you know what? Congratulations and applause for everybody who made it to the checkered flag here today in this race. Spirit of the Race Award for me, that number 90 car of E1 Sim Sport.
It was a fantastic race, and like you said, congratulations to everyone that did manage to finish the race. It's so great to see so many cars manage to make it to the end. Even some of the competitors that unfortunately were many laps down, they still battled on, and and got to the finish. And a sense of pride can be taken from most of the competitors that took part, that made it to the finish, and congratulations to them all.
Really is just a brilliant affair. And you know what? As I've won 24-hour races before, and it doesn't really sink in at the moment. It takes time. You relish the moment. You go a little bit numb, and you can't tell any of these drivers it doesn't mean anything, because it means the world to you when you win a race like this, because of the preparation, the dedication, and you also appreciate everything has to go your way for it to work out. Sometimes you can just be on the bad end of the luck of the draw.
Oh,
And
yes, definitely.
yeah, it can just not go your way, and you don't really fully appreciate it in that time. It takes some time, usually for me, 12 to 24 hours, and then you just step back, you're like, whoa, we did that.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me personally, my team. It's we've come close. We've ended second. We've never actually been able to win the 24 hours yet, but we've been close. And but even second place, I remember my first 24-hour race that we just finished, and we were over the moon, just to finish the race, and then to be able to start battling where RCI do the pre-qualifying, where people are matched into their the relevant splits. It makes it more interesting. It makes it more competitive. And before you know it, you can be battling for the win of potentially of a 24-hour race. But no, it's great competition. Great that RCI put these series and events on, and great to see so many people involved and taking part, and like I said, get to the finish.
Yep, we're trying to wrangle some drivers for interviews. We'll see. We definitely want to talk to SPH Motorsport here today, and we're trying to get them to you as well. Split 2, if you're listening at home as well, go ahead and bring me your winner of Split 2 as well. I believe that's going to be GOAT, one of the GOAT teams as well. I'm pretty sure in saying, here's Boris Bitteroff, who's joined us in the box just now. Boris, are your teammates coming?
Sadly not.
They're not coming. Oh, no, that's Elgard. We're looking for one of the GOAT teams as well. Yes, GOAT 444. Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Oh, yeah, that's the Smooth as Butter team. Trying to find them. Just making sure, just checking some stuff. Boris, we'll be right with you. Normally, I have somebody that wrangles people for me, but today I am the wrangler. So, 1 second to get this correct. We have SPH Motorsports. Richie B is not on your team, right, Boris?
No.
I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna pop the question. Boris Bitteroff, you and SPH Motorsport have just won the RCI 24 Hours of Suzuka. How do you feel?
Very good. We didn't expect it actually. So yeah, it feels really good.
I mean, you ran pretty consistently throughout the entire race, didn't you? I mean, did you ever sneak away, have a nap?
Yeah, in the night when Freddie and Tim drove the car, I could sleep a little bit, so that's why I drove in the day. So.
I mean, what must you have been thinking as well? Early in the race, Alpha Sim Sport starts falling off a little bit. A couple other cars sort of go by the wayside, and all of a sudden you're leading the race in an Audi, a car that that nobody was particularly sure how it was going to handle the heat.
Yeah, that's one of the big problems with the Audi. The tire wear is really bad if the temperature is really high. So yeah, we didn't expect to be that fast, but it worked out. The setup was really understeery, but it helped with tire wear. So yeah, I think we managed it really, really good.
You certainly did. Was it a comfortable cruise in the final 6 to 8 hours of the race, knowing you had some laps in the bank? Even whenever you got a drive-through penalty, it didn't really matter. Was it just a fun cruise, or how focused were you in those final hours?
To be honest, not really focused, because yeah, the gap was really big and we didn't really care for track limits. And sometimes you just you got them really unnecessarily. So yeah, the drive-through wasn't the greatest thing, but yeah, we had the gap, so we could afford it.
Well, I tell you what, do you want some more good news? Because I can give you some more good news.
Yeah.
Well, with one round left, I don't think it's going to matter at Watkins Glen. I think SPH Motorsport has clinched the RCI World Tour 2023 championship. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's astonishing. I didn't expect anything when we started, so yeah, it's really cool to win.
Well, I'm going to leave you to your team. Before you go, though, anybody you want to give a shout out to? Any your teammates, your sponsors, anything like that?
Not really. We all were really happy about that win, so yeah, I don't have anything more to say.
Okay. Congratulations, Boris Bitteroff and teammates who have won this race in a dominating fashion. Your winners in the pro category, it's SPH Motorsports.
Thank you very much.
Well, there were 2 splits. That means 2 different champions. And in the silver category, that goes to Goat Racing, smooth as butter. And let me tell you something, your racing today was super smooth. I'm assuming you're Richard Benz.
Yeah, true. I'm Richard Benz. You're
Tell
saying
us
it
about-
very English, but yeah.
I don't know any other way. I gotta say, just brilliant. Everybody we had that came into the box, didn't matter if it was early, late, everybody said the same thing about Goat Racing, that you were bad fast, and it was just immediately aware that nobody was going to catch you. What was it like from your perspective?
Yeah, of course it's a 24-hour race and a lot of things can happen, but yeah, we qualified on pole and I saw that I could pull away very well on the first stint. And you're like, yeah, maybe different teammates, the situation is going to be different, but then we all had very good pace. We were very well prepared for this race. I think we had a great setup as well. Raining Thunder made the setup and it felt really good. And my other teammate, ERZ KBL, he came with the decision to open up the rear brake ducts because in these hot conditions the rear tires just become way too hot, and we could keep them in a better window, and in the hot conditions we were really fast because of that.
You just drove a brilliant race. Everybody was flabbergasted at the pace. We had a similar thing today. Both winners just dominated, just flat outrun everybody in their series. Goat Racing, one of those teams, you got multiple teams in the race. You've just done such a good job of it. It's hard to see. I mean, it's not hard to see why you were so dominant. Sorry, I'm waffling because I was pulling up some championship standings. Other than your first round at Valencia, I mean, obviously you've gotten pretty good at this winning thing.
Yeah, I think this what's it called? This layout of qualifying and racing suits us really well. I can often put it on pole and pull away on the first stint, and that for endurance racing, of course they are long races, but it just sets up your race really well. If you have to manage traffic and you are in P1, people often respect that a bit more, and yeah, it's just easy. It makes the race a lot easier than when you have to start in P15 and battle other cars and things like this. So yeah, that has really helped us in this championship. But I would say this race was really dominant, but Bathurst and Monza, they were quite close races. But our opponents there had some bad luck, and here we just had the pace and could pull away.
Well, I've got some more good news for you, just like I did for SPH Esports. It's not quite as good, though. By my math, you haven't technically clinched the Split 2 championship, but you're only like a point or two off of clinching the championship. Essentially, all you have to do is show up and finish the Watkins Glen race. Do you think that's on the cards?
Yeah, I think so. I calculated if we get pole position for that race, then
you're locked.
Yeah, we have the championship in qualifying. But so our plan is again to try and qualify on pole. but then start from the pit lane to have some fun and try to see what we can get from last position.
I gotta ask, is this your first 24-hour win?
Yes, it is.
What do you feel? How do you feel about that? I mean, it was a walk in the park for the team, but I mean, you got to be pretty pumped. It's the first of many for sure.
Yeah, we're happy, but of course, when you do a 24-hour race, you see it's going well, and at some point in the race, you're like, yeah, it's looking good, it's looking better, and we're probably gonna win. So it's more like a slow burner up to the win instead of a last lap effort, so to speak. And of course, it's always hard, but how many cars are sometimes joining? 40 cars in a race to win races. So in the past, we have not really been winning a lot of races, but this season seems to go really well.
Well, congratulations to Smooth as Butter Goat Racing. They were smooth as butter today. No issues to speak of. Congratulations to you and your teammates. Anybody you want to shout out or say thanks to? Maybe your sponsors if you have them.
We don't have sponsors. Shout out to my mom.
Shout out to your mom. You love to see it. Shout out to your mom as well. She raised a winner. Congratulations, Goat Racing.
To be honest, sorry, I want to shout out Raining Thunder. He is our teammate, and he got us through the night. He was exhausted after an early morning, and then he had to stay up until 5 a.m. or something to get us through the night, and that really got us through the race. So that's it.
You love to hear it. Congratulations. We'll see you in the finale, where we hope to see you doing another interview, but this time for clinching the championship. Congrats. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Thanks for hosting.
Well, what a round it was. 24 hours done and dusted. A similar theme among the top, but everybody else left to pick up the scraps. And just excellent job by Goat Racing, SPHE Motorsports as well. I've alluded to the championship points. We have them for you. And of course, pending any post-race penalties. We'll start with the pro category. SPHE Motorsports has all but, according to my math, clinched the championship for the 2023 World Tour. A brilliant run today. Odox Motorsports is second. RCI Esport Blue, who didn't get any points today, didn't show up, of course, busy elsewhere. They are now down to third place, but can still contest for second. Thomas Inga Sim Racing in fourth place, 156 still in it. The same with Alpha Sim Sport in fifth place, 144 points. All those cars fighting over second place realistically in 1 month's time. Tier Sim Racing Esports Iberia in sixth place. Hymo Setups, which I believe has signed out of the championship, but they continue to fall down the list. Limitless Speed Drivers with 115. Rebound Racing on 114. That very close there. All those drivers, again, fighting, all those teams, I should say, fighting for sixth place. Pirate Sim Racing hanging on inside the top 10 at 105. Second page here, Crazy Fly Racing team that we may have erroneously kept referring to as Crazy File for a year or so. We do apologize for that, but Crazy Fly Racing, 99 points, dead tied with Small PP Racing, who I don't believe were in the race today, but they're tied nonetheless. McLeod Racing gets a big boost in that 41 up to 13th. They have 95 points. Sim Brothers Racing, the 137 entry, gets 68 to their name. N&M Competition with their strong finish has 65 total. Porsche Team Schumi Skins with that gorgeous livery would have won livery of the day had we given an award for that. Their 16th also gained significant points, 58 here. Steady Start Racing Blue, 57 and 17th. Buddy Motorsports on 56. Simulation Esports tied with E1 Sim Sport number 91 with 50 apiece. Outside of the top 20, it just gets closer and more compact the further back you go. The Luna Rossa Racing team on 49, Jordy Suss on 44. Zaza with that amazing two-driver effort today, 39 points, and boy, does it taste good for them. I can guarantee you just making it to the finish was its own reward. Next Level Play Racing on 38. The Sim Brothers 139 that was idle this week on 28. E1 Sim Sport number 90. The Spirit of the Race Award winner, if we gave one, 26 points for them. SRT Flat Engine Society in nothing else but a Porsche, of course, with 21 points. You Amateurs and QVR 14 points. Across Europe Racing Team or ERT on 13, tied with Tier Sim Racing. Big Body Bins for 29th. Spain without the A on 10. Broken Bones Sim Racing on 9. Tier J Squared on 5. Rational Driving Brilliance, or RDB, with 1 point. SR Esport with 0, still active in the championship. And of course, every other car has retired from the Pro Series. We're going to try and bring you the Pro Series standings. And Cormac, I'm just going to let you know live, just put an extra digit on the end of that, or add or the number +1. You don't even have to look it up. And we'll get you the silver standings in just a moment. Les, I'm curious what you think about all this.
I just think it's, some great stories being heard by some of the teams that have taken part in this race. And it was interesting to hear, some of the, what you would have thought after a 24-hour race, there'd be a lot more sort of emotion. However, you can clearly hear in their voices the tiredness, the amount of effort they've had to put into it. It's you can tell that they are pleased about the result. There's no doubt about that, but they're just so tired that maybe the emotions aren't quite what we thought they would be. But it's like I said, there's some great stories that have come out of it, and some great battles, and a lot of things that they've had to overcome to get the result they needed. But yeah, no, it's just surprising how many people actually play it down, saying that they really didn't expect to be quite so far up in front. But there appears to be a theme.
Yeah, there certainly is a lot of tired drivers. And I think that lends to what I was saying earlier about it taking a moment, taking a day to sink in. You've got to sleep on it and then think clearly about what you've actually accomplished. I think everybody has accomplished something great just by getting to the flag, though. Legitimately, it is easier said than done. Speaking of easy, Goat Sim Racing smooth as butter in that Lamborghini, taking top honors here again. The only race they haven't won in the silver class, of course, was the opening round at Valencia. Every other round has resulted in a win. 253 to their name. KET Motorsports on 186. Now, that gap is slightly too big. You can get a maximum of 70-some points in a race. If you do everything right, you win all the bonus points. So that's not done and dusted yet. Goat Racing has to show up, and exactly like Richard alluded to, if they get pole position, it is over at Watkins Glen, but still live at the time. Dropping the Hammer Racing. Hey, we know those guys. 176 points in third place. What do you think about that, Les? Third in the champ.
Let's go!
He's super excited. I'm excited too. Proud of your teammates, I bet.
Oh, very proud. The stuff we've had to overcome in this race ourselves is it's mighty impressive, and to be competing at the top end of this league is this series is great. I know P1 is obviously off the cards now, but we're still in a chance of even getting on that second step of the podium. So no, it's great. It's a great effort. It's still very tight. I mean, you still got RPMS SimSport there as well in the 707 that as you can see, that can still potentially get P2 as well. So it's going to be a close finish at the end at Watkins Glen, but super excited to be contending for P2.
Connexus Motorsport very much still in the crosshairs. If they lay an egg in that very competitive split 2 in 1 month's time, dropping the hammer could very much move up a step on the podium. A little bit further to climb is RPMS SimSport 707. They're on 157 points, so about a 20-point buffer, 19-point buffer, I should say, between dropping the hammer and RPMS, but still in the realm of possibility. Charwal Sim Racing rounds out the top 5, 145 points to their name. Kaiju Racing in the 202 with 135. Scuderia Pepperoni Margarita on 124 points. Flying Hellfish Spinala on 105. Flying Hellfish Heroes and Zeros on 97. And the Wheelie Slow Racing Team just inside the top 10 on 81 points. Outside the top 10, Scuderia Pepperoni Diavola with 80 points, tied with Blacksmith Racing, who we got acquainted with here today. That was a nice bump in the standings. Scuderia Pepperoni Caprese, that thing. Hold on, I'm going to get this.
Capriciosa.
Capriciosa. Yeah, Capriciosa. My brain is turned off after 24 hours, I promise you. 77 points. Onid Racing, 999 car with 70 points. Onid Racing Simhound Rookies on 65. Tri-State Racing, 62 points, tied with NS Racing for 16th place. Esports, I'm not even going to try. 59 points. I'm just going to say something inappropriate. Alpha Sim Sport in 19th place on 55. Flying Hellfish Safari rounds out your top 10 with 48. Limerin Racing on 47. Onid Racing Stronger.com on 37. RK9 Growlith on 36. Wheelbarrow Racing on 35. STR High Latency on, I lost my place, 33. RK9 Motorsport Arcanine on 32. Green Team Racing on 30. Off gets Apex. Actually, get that. With 23 points tied with Immersion Scuderia Corsa. And KET Motorsports rounds out your top 30 with 22. I bet you we got 2 or 3 more pages of this left. Team Monkey on 19. Goat Racing Rough as Sandpaper with 16. Dylan 48 Esports Purple on 15. I'm not even going to try. I do apologize to the Polish nation. Madries, I can't say that second word, on 11 points. ATSMS on 10. Dougalbeat with 7, tied with Sapphire Simsport and Dreddy. Valleys Motorsport Wraith Racing on 4. Triple R and Sim Seniors have no points. Of course, Albanian Gang Racing, no points. Anybody with a dash, of course, has retired from the championship. Hey, I was right. There were 2 more. Folks, whether you've been with us for 5 minutes or you've been with us throughout the entire duration of the broadcast, I just want to say a heartfelt congratulations to the drivers. A thank you to all of you watching at home across the social media platforms, YouTube and Twitch. We invite you before you leave tonight to leave a like, subscribe on YouTube, leave a follow over on Twitch. We'll be back with you on Monday for the continuation of the Genetic Cup, the Friday GT Sprint Challenge on Friday, and of course, Night Owl. And if Cormac decides that he's feeling froggy again, we may just bring you the Wednesday Team Champ. But those are sort of secret underground streams that we just sort of make happen. So no matter what, we thank you all for watching. Les, thank you for being with me. Cormac, John Dalton, of course, back on Saturday. Everybody that makes this possible, the stewards, the admins, the event managers. It literally takes a village, Les.
Oh, it really does. And these sort of events always, bring a smile to our face with the fact that there are so many people that come together to make it happen, but equally there are so many people that get involved and actually take part, and it's that goes as far as the chat within our within our streams. It's great engagement and some great comments, and that's what makes the stream and the races happen. It's just it always brings a smile to our face every time we sort of reflect over the last 24 hours or the endurance race we just watched.
Really is. Everybody here puts on a mammoth effort, and the drivers and teams are a certain part of that. And we love to see them excited and them happy at the end of a race. So often it's the bitter agony of defeat. Today, though, I didn't see any of that in anybody. It was resolve, and it was quiet, restrained, very tired elation for most of the teams. Didn't matter where you finished. Getting to the checkered flag was the goal. And it was the friends we made along the way, I think. But as for us here on RCI TV, we'll be back with you this week starting Monday. But for right now, I think everybody has earned a well-deserved rest. We will see you then. This has been the 24 Hours of Suzuka. Congratulations to all the winners, to all the finishers and teams. On behalf of everybody here at RCI, take care of yourself. We'll see you next time. Have a good night.